Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, I thought it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Right, let's get comfy and relax and let's begin. I used to think of myself as a rational person. I worked long hours, came home late, and lived in a modest but decent apartment on the 5th floor of a converted Victorian building. The kind of place that creaked when the wind blew but otherwise offered silence and solitude. I told myself it was perfect. That was before the footsteps started. It began innocuously enough. One night, around 3 a.m, I woke to the sound of shuffling outside my apartment door. It was faint, muffled by the thick wood, but distinct. A slow, steady rhythm, heel, toe, traveling past my door, then returning, as though someone were pacing the corridor. I lay there in the dark, half asleep, assuming it was one of my neighbors restless or drunk. The building was old, sounds carry oddly. I turned over and drifted back to sleep. The next night, the same thing. At exactly 3 a.m. the footsteps began again, perfectly measured, slow but purposeful. They didn't stop until nearly half an hour later. By the third night, it was impossible to ignore. I sat upright in bed, staring at the faint glow of the clock digits on my bedside table. 3 a.m. sharp. Then the sound began pacing back and forth, always stopping just in front of my apartment for a beat too long. I tried to explain it away. Maybe an insomniac neighbor. Maybe someone walking their baby to sleep. But at that hour? And every night, with the same precision? On the fourth night I rose quietly, tiptoed across the carpet, and pressed my ear to the door. The footsteps were right there. Just inches from me. Slow, deliberate, pausing directly outside. I held my breath, praying they would move on. But they didn't. For nearly a full minute they stood, motionless, only the faint rasp of breath audible through the wood. Then the pacing resumed. I backed away from the door, heart hammering. I didn't sleep again until dawn. During the day, things seemed normal. I saw my neighbors in the stairwell, a young couple on the 3rd floor, an older woman with a dachshund on the 2nd. They were friendly enough. I considered asking if anyone else had heard the footsteps, but stopped myself. What would I say? "Excuse me, do you also hear someone pacing our hall at exactly 3 a.m? I told myself it was stress, my mind exaggerating noises. But each night, it came back. Always at 3. Always the same pattern, pacing back and forth, lingering outside my door, as if whoever it was knew I was awake, listening. I began leaving lights on, as though brightness could ward off unease. I played the radio softly, pretending the noise drowned out the steps, but still I heard them. On the 7th night I snapped. At 3:05 a.m., when the footsteps returned, I yanked the door open. The hallway was empty. I stared up and down the corridor, my breath frosting in the cold air. The lights were dim, buzzing faintly, casting shadows that reached across the peeling wallpaper. Nothing. I shut the door quickly, bolting it twice. But even as I returned to bed, the footsteps resumed exactly as before, right outside, though I had seen no one. Days bled into nights. My work suffered. I snapped at colleagues, eyes gritty from lack of sleep. Coffee no longer helped. The footsteps consumed me. I bought a cheap security camera and set it facing the hallway through a peephole. I told myself I needed proof, some logical explanation. That night, at 3, the steps came. I forced myself not to check, not to open the door. I let the camera run until dawn. In the morning I reviewed the footage. The hallway was perfectly still. Not a single frame showed movement. Yet on the audio track, faint but unmistakable, footsteps. My stomach dropped. The next night, I placed my phone by the door, recording audio. Same result, hours of silence, until precisely 3. Then the measured tread of footsteps. Pacing. Pausing. Breathing. It was real. And it was directed at me. I considered moving, but the lease tied me down for months and I had nowhere else to go. Besides, some part of me needed to know why. I decided to confront it directly. On the 12th night, I stayed by the door with the chain latched, clutching a heavy wrench. At exactly 3, the steps began. My palms slicked with sweat. Slowly, I cracked the door open on the chain, just an inch. Cold air spilled in, unnaturally cold, as though the corridor were a freezer. I whispered, "Who's there?" The pacing stopped. Silence. Then, so close I felt the vibrations in the doorframe, came 3 slow knocks. Not from a fist. The sound was raw and hollow, like knuckles rapping on wood from inside the crane itself. I slammed the door and shoved the bolt home, my heart pounding against my ribs. The knocking didn't repeat. Instead, the pacing resumed. Hours later, as dawn lightened the blinds, it finally stopped. I didn't open the door again until afternoon. A dark smear marred the floor just outside, a long, thin mark, like something dragged. The building manager insisted it was a scuff from moving furniture. But I knew better. The final night came 2 weeks after it began. By then I was barely functioning, mind unraveled from exhaustion. I sat awake at my kitchen table, every light blazing, wrench in hand. At 3 sharp, the pacing began. Louder than ever, shaking the walls. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it grew, reverberating inside my skull. Then came the breathing. Not muffled anymore, but close, impossibly close, as though someone were inhaling right behind me. I spun around. The kitchen was empty. But the footsteps had moved inside. They circled the table. Deliberate, measured. I couldn't see anyone, but the floorboards groaned with each step. My chair rattled as though brushed by an invisible leg. "No," I whispered. "You're not real." The pacing stopped directly beside me. A cold hand, unseen but undeniable, pressed down on my shoulder. The last rational part of me broke. I screamed, bolted for the door, and tore it open. This time there was no empty hall, no safe refuge. The corridor stretched impossibly long, lined with doors that didn't belong, every surface breathing with shadows. The footsteps followed as I ran, never hurried, never faltering. Just a steady rhythm, closer and closer, until it matched the frantic pounding of my own heart. I don't remember falling, but I remember the floor tilting, darkness swallowing everything, and those steps echoing through my skull. When I woke, I was lying in my bed. Sunlight streamed through the blinds. My alarm blared. It was 7 a.m. For a moment, I dared to hope it had all been a dream. But then I turned my head and saw the floor beside my bed. The wood was worn smooth in a long, narrow strip, as though someone had paced there for years, back and forth, always stopping right at my pillow. The footsteps hadn't been outside the door after all. They had always been waiting inside. And now, they never stop. It started so ordinarily that I hardly gave it a second thought. I'd stayed late at a friend's flat on the far side of town, and by the time I left, the rain had come down in heavy, icy sheets. I didn't want to wait for the night bus, so I ordered a rideshare. The app showed a black sedan pulling up in 3 minutes. When it arrived, the driver leaned over and popped the passenger lock. He was in his late 30s, maybe early 40s, trimmed beard, plain black cap pulled low. He gave a quick nod as I slid into the back seat. "Evening," I said, pushing wet hair from my face. He muttered something like evening in return, though I wasn't sure if he spoke at all or if the rain muffled it. The heater hummed to life, and I was grateful for the warmth as we pulled away. At first, everything was normal. He followed the GPS directions, silent except for the occasional cough. My phone buzzed with a message from my friend, "Let me know when you get in safe." I typed back, "On the way." Should be 20 minutes. But 20 minutes stretched. The first odd thing was the route. I knew the city reasonably well, and I recognized we weren't on the motorway I usually took home. Instead, he veered off onto a narrow road lined with old warehouses. I assumed traffic was heavy and he was avoiding it. Still, I checked the app, ETA 19 minutes. Normal. I relaxed again. But then the GPS voice on his phone clearly said, in 300 feet, turn left, and he didn't. He kept straight, past the glowing blue arrow. I think you missed a turn, I said. He didn't answer. His hands tightened slightly on the wheel, the leather creaking. After a long pause, he said flatly, this way's quicker. Don't worry. That phrase, don't worry, made something cold stir at the base of my spine. I forced a laugh, trying to sound casual. Oh, okay. As long as we get there. The road narrowed, the streetlights fewer and farther between. My phone lost signal bars one by one. When we passed beneath the last lamp, and darkness swallowed the car, I reached discreetly for the door handle. The click of metal moving was soft but unmistakable, and then came the sharp clunk of the central lock. The driver had locked the doors. I froze. Maybe it was automatic, I thought. Some cars lock after a certain speed. But we weren't going fast. And he hadn't done it until I touched the handle. I tried to steady my breathing. So, how much faster is this way? His eyes in the mirror caught mine. Dark. Unblinking. Depends how you behave. My chest tightened as though the air had been vacuumed out. I laughed again, too high-pitched. Sorry? What do you mean? He didn't answer. The rain thinned into mist, leaving the world outside ghostly and gray. The road we traveled wound deeper into countryside. No houses. No signs. Only hedgerows that leaned inward like grasping hands. I tapped at my phone, praying for a signal. Nothing. No Wi-Fi, no data, not even a single bar for emergency calls. The driver's voice broke the silence. You shouldn't play with your phone back there. Distracting. I yanked my hands into my lap. Sorry. Every instinct screamed at me to leap from the moving car, but the doors were locked, and outside was black and unknown. I forced myself to think logically. He might just be socially awkward. Maybe he genuinely thought he was saving time. Maybe the locks really were automatic. But his next action banished all those excuses. He slowed to a crawl and pulled onto a dirt track I hadn't even seen. The sedan's tires crunched gravel, jostling my body as branches scraped the windows. He switched off the headlights. We moved in darkness. Why are you turning off here? My voice cracked. This isn't on the map. Quicker, he repeated. I gripped the seat, every nerve screaming. Listen, I don't mind being late. You can take the long way. I'll even tip extra. Silence. I could hear only the engine, the hiss of tires over mud, and my heartbeat thundering in my ears. I tried the door handle again, harder. Nothing. I pressed the unlock button, but it didn't respond. His eyes flicked up in the mirror, watching me. Don't. That single word lodged in my brain like a knife. The track widened slightly, revealing what looked like the remnants of an abandoned farm, sagging barn, skeletal fence, weeds thick as ropes. He stopped the car. Engine still running. He sat there, breathing. I swallowed bile. Please, I don't have any money on me. If that's what you... He cut me off with a laugh, soft and wheezing. It's not about money. Panic finally snapped me into action. I fumbled with my bag, searching blindly. My fingers found the metal cylinder of my umbrella. Clutching it like a weapon, I pressed myself against the door, waiting. He opened his door and stepped out. Gravel crunched under his boots as he walked around to my side. I knew what was coming. Before he could yank my door, I raised the umbrella and jammed it against the lock button on the window control panel. Somehow, mercifully, the child lock must not have engaged. The rear window rolled down just enough. Without thinking, I shoved the umbrella through the gap and used it as leverage to smash at the glass. The second strike spiderwebbed it. The third shattered it outward. Rain and cold air rushed in. He lunged for the handle. I screamed and wriggled through the jagged hole, scraping my arms and thighs raw. My coat snagged, but I tore free, tumbling into the mud. I ran. Branches whipped my face. My lungs burned. Behind me, I heard him shouting, wordless, furious. The beam of a torch slashed through the trees. I didn't look back again. I sprinted until my legs threatened to buckle, until the darkness thinned and the faint orange glow of streetlights returned. A road. A real road. I stumbled into the path of an oncoming lorry, waving frantically. The driver screeched to a halt, horn blaring. When he saw my torn coat, bleeding arms, and wild eyes, he threw open the door and hauled me inside without question. I collapsed, sobbing, as the lorry pulled away. Later, when I finally regained enough composure to explain, police scoured the area. They found the abandoned farm, the smashed glass, the tire tracks. But the black sedan and its driver were gone. The rideshare account was deleted, untraceable. It took weeks before I could step into another car, and even now, months later, I still wait gasping at the memory of his eyes in the mirror, flat and predatory. The night I survived wasn't just a close call. It was proof that sometimes the horror isn't supernatural or imagined. Sometimes it's very real, and it drives a black sedan that locks its doors when you reach for escape. I always thought I lived an uneventful life. I worked from home, went to the same cafe each morning, and kept to myself. My apartment was small but cozy, perched on the 4th floor of a brick building in a quiet part of town. Nothing remarkable ever happened there, and that's how I liked it. Until the notes began. The first one came on a Tuesday. I found it as I was leaving for coffee, a single folded sheet of lined paper slid under my front door. You wore the blue jumper today. It suits you. I stared at the words for a long moment, baffled. I was indeed wearing a blue jumper. The thought crossed my mind that it might be from a neighbor, an awkward attempt at flirting, maybe? Still, the phrasing unsettled me. There was no signature. No indication of who it was from. I shrugged it off, tucking the note into my bag. The next morning, another appeared. You take your coffee with 1 sugar, not 2. Sensible. I froze. I had never discussed my coffee order with anyone in the building. Whoever wrote this had to be watching me. I tried to rationalize. Maybe the barista was friendly with someone here, gossiping about my habits. Maybe one of my neighbors happened to be at the cafe. Coincidence. Nothing more. But by the 3rd note, the rational explanations were harder to summon. You should stop staying up so late watching TV. You turned it off at 1:12 a.m. last night. The words made my skin prickle. My blinds had been drawn. No one should have seen me. I began checking the hallway before leaving my flat, peering through the peephole at every sound. I saw nothing, just the same scuffed carpet, the dim bulbs humming overhead. Still, every morning, a new note. You scratched your head while reading at 9:43 p.m. You hummed while brushing your teeth. You left the bathroom light on again. The details grew sharper, more intimate, until I felt flayed open in my own home. I reported it to the building manager, who only sighed. Probably kids playing a prank. These old doors don't seal properly, easy to slide things under. I wanted to believe him, but the notes didn't feel like pranks. They felt deliberate, obsessive. I started keeping them in a drawer, unable to throw them away. Each one was written in the same neat, blocky handwriting, black ink on lined paper torn from a spiral notebook. No smudges, No mistakes. By the 10th note, the tone shifted. You shouldn't lock your window at night. It's rude not to trust people. I stopped sleeping properly after that. I double-checked every latch, every bolt, but the knowledge that someone was near, close enough to see my every move, made rest impossible. One night, determined to catch them, I stayed awake on the sofa, lights dimmed, eyes fixed on the gap under the door. Hours passed. The building creaked and settled. My eyelids grew heavy. At exactly 3 a.m., a shadow interrupted the thin strip of light beneath the door. My heart seized. Slowly, silently, a rectangle of paper slid across the floor toward me. I didn't move until the shadow retreated. Then, trembling, I crawled forward and picked up the note. It's nice watching you wait. I barely slept that night. I bought a small camera the next day, setting it up facing the hallway. I felt ridiculous, but I needed proof. I left it running overnight. In the morning, another note lay on the floor. Filming the hallway won't help. My stomach dropped. When I checked the footage, it was intact until exactly 2:59 a.m., when the file abruptly cut to black. It resumed at 3:30, the camera angle unchanged, battery full. Whoever it was, they knew. The notes became commands. Stop going to the cafe. Stay home. Don't close the curtains tonight. Don't ignore me. I began to unravel. I skipped work. I jumped at every creak. I called the police, who took a report but seemed unconcerned. No direct threats, they said. Probably a neighbor with a sick sense of humor. But I knew better. I could feel the intent in every word. Whoever wrote them wanted control. And they were getting it. The final note came on a Sunday evening. I had locked every window, barricaded the door with a chair, sat in my kitchen clutching a knife. I hadn't left the flat in 2 days. When I heard the faint scritch of paper sliding against wood, dread curdled my stomach. I didn't want to read it, but I had to. I pulled the paper toward me, unfolded it with shaking hands. You don't need the knife. Look behind you. The air froze in my lungs. I turned, slowly, every nerve screaming. The chair was still jammed under the doorknob. The windows locked. But the living room was not empty. A man stood in the corner, half swallowed by shadow. Ordinary looking, plain clothes, pale skin, hair cropped short. He smiled faintly, as though we were old friends. I dropped the knife. How my voice broke. He stepped forward, impossibly quiet. His shoes made no sound on the floorboards. I've always been here, he said softly. I just wanted you to notice. The last thing I remember is the cold weight of his hand on my shoulder, and the realization that he didn't need to slide notes under the door anymore. He was inside. I had worked late that night, later than I should have. The office was mostly deserted when I finally shut down my computer, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like tired bees. It was nearly midnight, and my body ached with the dull weight of exhaustion. The parking garage beneath the building was always unnerving after dark. Concrete levels stacked endlessly downward, the air stale with oil and damp. My footsteps echoed too loudly against the cement floor, bouncing back in a way that made me feel exposed, like I was intruding in some cavern not meant for people. I told myself to hurry. Just get to the car, get home, and sleep. The first sound I noticed was faint, almost imagined, footsteps that weren't mine. I slowed. They slowed. I sped up, heels striking harder, and the echo multiplied. Someone else was walking. A rational voice in my head suggested coincidence. Maybe another late worker heading home. Nothing sinister. This was a garage, after all, cars, people, movement. But the garage had been nearly empty when I drove in that morning, and I hadn't seen another soul on my way down. I adjusted my bag on my shoulder and turned down the next row. My car was close now, just a few more aisles. The footsteps followed. Steady, deliberate, never rushing, never lagging. Always the same distance behind me. The fine hairs on my arms prickled. I glanced over my shoulder. A figure stood 2 aisles back, partly hidden in shadow. A man, tall, broad-shouldered, his face obscured by the brim of a cap. He didn't seem to be carrying anything, didn't seem hurried. Just standing, waiting for me to move again. I swallowed hard, forcing calm. Maybe he was heading the same way. Maybe this was nothing. But when I turned again, he moved too. The same rhythm. The same echo. By the time I reached my car, my heart was hammering in my ears. I fumbled for the keys, pretending not to look back. The man was closer now, no longer 2 aisles away but 1. Still moving steadily, still silent. I unlocked the car with shaking hands, slid inside, and jammed the door shut. The satisfying clunk of the locks gave me a momentary rush of relief. I shoved the key into the ignition. That's when I saw him step into view. He didn't come rushing, didn't run or shout. He simply stopped in the open space between rows, standing perfectly still, head tilted slightly toward me. Watching. I told myself to leave. Just drive. But my hands refused to move. The man hadn't done anything, hadn't spoken, hadn't threatened. Yet every instinct screamed at me that he was waiting for something. Finally, I turned the key. The engine roared to life, echoing in the cavernous space. For the briefest second, I looked down to shift into reverse. When I looked back up, he was gone. My breath caught. The aisle was empty. No footsteps, no movement, just silence. I threw the car into gear and reversed out fast, craning my neck in every direction. The concrete pillars cast long shadows, dark enough to hide anyone. My palms slicked the wheel. I circled toward the exit ramp. Relief bloomed when I saw the bright stripe of the barrier ahead, the red and white arm lifted for the night. Freedom was just yards away. Then I saw him again. He stood at the edge of the ramp, directly in my path. Perfectly still, facing me, the fluorescent lights above painting his shadow long and sharp across the floor. I hit the brakes. The car lurched. My headlights carved him out of the darkness in stark relief. Gray jacket, black cap, hands hanging loose at his sides. His face was pale, lips curved in a faint, unreadable smile. I honked, the sound ricocheting off the walls. He didn't flinch. I had 2 choices, stop and confront him, or drive forward. I pressed the accelerator. The car surged. For one terrible second I thought I would hit him, but the headlights flickered, and he was gone. The ramp ahead was empty. I didn't question it. I sped out of the garage, tires squealing, and didn't look back. At home, I locked every door, every window, and collapsed into bed. My chest ached from the adrenaline. I told myself I was safe, that I had left him behind, that it was over. But sleep never came. At exactly 3 in the morning, I woke to the sound of footsteps. Slow. Steady. Pacing just outside my apartment door. I sat frozen, blanket pulled tight, listening as they moved back and forth, matching a rhythm I had heard in the garage. Each step deliberate, never hurried, never faltering. I crept to the peephole, heart racing. The hallway stretched empty under the dim light. But the footsteps continued. I backed away, trembling. My phone sat useless in my hand. I couldn't bring myself to dial. What would I say? That invisible footsteps were pacing outside my flat. Hours passed before they stopped. The next night, the same. At 3 a.m., the footsteps began. Pacing. Waiting. I didn't sleep for days, paranoia consuming me. I stopped going to work. I taped over the peephole. I pressed furniture against the door. None of it helped. The final night, I decided to end it. Knife in hand, I sat by the door, waiting for the sound. At 3 sharp, it came. The familiar tread, slow and patient. I yanked the door open. The corridor was empty. Relief surged, foolish and brief, until I turned back. He was inside. Standing in the middle of my living room, cap pulled low, that same faint smile on his lips. I dropped the knife. My body wouldn't move, wouldn't scream. He took 1 step forward, and the sound of his shoe striking my floor was the same rhythm I had heard all along. Heel. Toe. Heel. Toe. The echo of it filled my apartment as the door swung shut behind me, sealing us both inside. I lived alone in a 1-bedroom flat on the edge of the city. It wasn't glamorous, but it was mind-peeling paint, rattling pipes, and all. I'd chosen it for the quiet. After years of flatmates, endless noise, and borrowed space, solitude felt like luxury. That's why, when I woke one night to the sound of my front door creaking open, the bottom dropped out of my stomach. The sound was unmistakable. A long, slow groan of old hinges, the kind I knew too well. The door had always dragged across the warped floorboards with that particular whine, and it never opened without force. For a long moment, I stayed still in bed, my body rigid beneath the blanket. The digital clock on my nightstand read 2:47 a.m. The air was still, save for the faint hum of the refrigerator through the wall. I told myself it was a dream, some leftover echo from sleep. But then came the next sound, the door clicking softly against the wall as it settled fully open. I wasn't dreaming. My mouth went dry. I had locked it, I always locked it. I checked the bolt every night before bed. I strained my ears. Silence. No footsteps, no shuffling, no voice. Just the low hiss of blood rushing in my ears. After a minute that felt like an hour, I slid from bed as quietly as I could and reached for the cricket bat I kept propped against the wardrobe. It had always been a joke with friends, you live alone, you need a weapon, but my hand trembled as I gripped the worn handle. I crept down the hall, bare feet cold against the floorboards. The living room stretched before me, dimly lit by the streetlight filtering through half-closed blinds. The front door yawned wide. No one stood there. The corridor outside was empty. I slammed it shut, bolted it, checked the chain, then checked again. My breath shook out of me in uneven bursts. For the rest of the night, I sat on the sofa with the bat across my lap, waiting for a sound that never came. The next morning, I tried to laugh it off. Old buildings shifted. Lock stuck. Maybe I hadn't bolted it after all. Still, I couldn't shake the unease, the certainty that I'd heard the door move. I bought a cheap motion sensor alarm on my lunch break and installed it that evening. A little white box by the door, shrill enough to wake the dead. That night, sleep came fitful and shallow. At some point, I drifted off until the alarm screamed. I bolted upright, heart slamming. The sound came from the front room, piercing and relentless. I grabbed the bat and ran, flicking on lights as I went. The door was open again. The alarm sat silent on the floor, battery pack removed, cover unscrewed. I stood rooted in place, staring at the door frame, the wires exposed, the plastic casing neatly set aside. No force break, no damage. As though someone had calmly disassembled it while I slept. I slammed the door again, bolted it, shoved a chair under the handle for good measure, and didn't sleep at all. Over the next week, it became a ritual. I would lock the door, check the chain, wedge furniture against it, and still I'd wake in the small hours to find it open. Never with noise, never with signs of a break-in. Just open, as if it belonged that way. Sometimes I woke to it half ajar, a sliver of hallway light cutting into the dark. Other nights it was wide open, corridor yawning black beyond. I stopped inviting friends over. I couldn't explain the fatigue in my eyes, the jump in my voice. I searched for rational answers, faulty lock, sleepwalking. But the lock wasn't broken, and I'd never sleepwalked in my life. What finally broke me was the night I left my phone recording on the coffee table. I wanted proof. The recording lasted 6 hours. At 2:46 a.m., the camera showed the door handle twitching. Slowly, deliberately, it pressed down. The door eased open, inch by inch, until it hung wide. But no one entered. The hallway beyond was empty, still. And yet the handle had moved. When I replayed the footage, a detail made my stomach turn. Just before the door opened, the audio picked up breathing. Heavy, deliberate, right next to the microphone. I smashed the phone after that. I couldn't bear the thought of keeping the evidence. The final night began like the others. Locks checked, bolts slid home, chair wedged. I curled up on the sofa with the back clutched tight, every muscle straining. At 2:47, I heard it. The creak. The groan. The door opening. I didn't move. I thought irrationally that if I didn't acknowledge it, it might stop. That I could pretend it was nothing. But then I heard footsteps. Slow, careful, padding across the floorboards. I gripped the bat so tightly my knuckles ached. My breath hitched in shallow gasps. The footsteps stopped in the doorway of the living room. I couldn't see anyone. Just a patch of deeper shadow against the wall, as if the darkness had thickened into shape. A whisper came from it. Low, rasping, impossibly close. You should have left it open. The lights flickered. The air grew cold. My body refused to move, my mind screaming but limbs locked. The shadow stretched, reaching long fingers across the floor toward me. I swung the bat wildly, but it passed through nothing, slicing only air. The shadow rose, enveloping the walls, the ceiling, drowning the streetlight glow. The last thing I saw was the door swinging shut behind it, sealing me inside. And then there was only the sound of hinges, creaking, opening again from the inside. When I first moved into the flat, I barely noticed the neighbors. It was a squat red brick block built in the 1970s, with identical doors lined up like teeth along a narrow corridor. People kept to themselves. Sometimes I heard muffled television through the walls, or the clatter of someone's washing machine. Otherwise, it was quiet, which suited me fine. I had nodded politely at a few residents in passing, but I couldn't have told you their names. There was one man, though tall, wiry, with thinning blonde hair, who lived somewhere on my floor. I had only glimpsed him a couple of times, usually shuffling with shopping bags. His eyes never lingered long enough for a conversation. So when I came home one Tuesday evening, balancing groceries, and found him holding the lift door for me, I was almost startled. He gave me a small, stiff smile, but said nothing. I thanked him, he nodded, and we rode the lift in silence. Nothing unusual, but something about the way he kept staring at the numbers instead of me lodged in my head. That night, I cooked dinner, streamed a film, and fell asleep on the sofa. I woke past midnight, groggy, with the credits still rolling. I turned off the television, stretched, and padded toward the bedroom. That's when I noticed the smell. It was faint but unmistakable, stale tobacco. I didn't smoke, and the scent hadn't been there earlier. I checked the windows, shut tight. My door, still locked. I told myself it must have drifted through the vents. Old buildings were like that. I went to bed uneasy, but eventually sleep claimed me. The next day, I came home to find a faint smear on my living room wall. A fingerprint, maybe, near the light switch. It wasn't mine, I was sure of it. I scrubbed it off with a cloth, irritated more than alarmed. Later, while making tea, I thought I heard something outside my door. A shuffle. A low murmur. I pressed my ear to the wood. Nothing. When I opened it, the corridor was empty, humming with fluorescent light. I started double-checking the locks before bed. The third night, I woke to a sound so out of place it jolted me upright, the creak of a floorboard in my living room. I froze. My flat wasn't large, just a living room, kitchen, bath, and bedroom. If someone was out there, they were only meters away. I strained my ears. Silence. Perhaps it had been a pipe or the fridge settling. I almost convinced myself, but unease gnawed at me. I lay awake until dawn, every muscle tight. By morning, I laughed nervously at myself. Stress, overwork, and overactive imagination. Still, I felt watched, as though my own flat wasn't entirely mine. 2 nights later, it happened. I was curled on the sofa with a book when the door to the living room creaked. Slowly, quietly. I thought I had imagined it until I looked up. And he was standing there. The neighbor. In my flat. His posture was slack, head tilted, as though mildly confused. His eyes roamed over the room before landing on me. "Oh," he said, voice flat, "I thought this was my house." My mouth went dry. My heart slammed against my ribs. He stepped inside fully, closing the door behind him with unsettling care. "This isn't." He glanced around again, frowning. "Strange. They all look the same, don't they?" I gripped the book in my lap so tightly its spine cracked. You're in the wrong flat." My voice shook. He blinked slowly. "Am I?" "Yes," I snapped, trying to sound firm. "Get out. Now." For a long moment, he didn't move. His eyes wandered over my belongings, the coat on the chair, the mug on the table, as though memorizing them. Then he smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. "Sorry about that," he murmured. "Won't happen again." He slipped out, closing the door behind him. I locked it, bolted it, and shoved a chair under the handle. My hands trembled so badly I could barely turn the key. I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the building set me on edge. I rehearsed what I'd say to the landlord, to the police, but what had he done, really? Claimed a mistake? Without proof, it was just a strange encounter. The next day, I forced myself through work, then came home early, checking every corner of the flat before settling in. Nothing was out of place. Until midnight. The smell of smoke again. Stronger this time. My eyes watered. I followed it to the living room and froze. A cigarette butt sat smoldering in my ash-free tray. I hadn't left it there. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands, ready to call the police, when a knock came at the door. 3 slow raps. I backed away, heart hammering. The knock came again, louder. Then his voice, muffled through the door. "Sorry. Wrong flat again." I choked on a breath. My phone slipped from my grip. The handle rattled. The bolt held, but he tried again, harder this time. The chair juddered against the wood. "Let me in," he said softly. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over the rug. My eyes darted to the window, 3rd floor, no escape. The handle rattled again, then stopped. Silence pressed in. I stood frozen for what felt like hours. Finally, gathering courage, I edged closer to the door. Through the peephole, the corridor stretched empty. Relief made my knees weak. I turned back and saw him in the living room, standing by the sofa, a thin smile splitting his face. "You left the window unlatched," he whispered. My scream caught in my throat as he lunged. The police report described the struggle, though I barely remembered it. My neighbors heard the commotion and called them. By the time they arrived, I was pinned to the floor, gasping, his hands tight around my throat. They dragged him off me, kicking and spitting, muttering that I'd stolen his house. That it should have been his. He wasn't a neighbor at all, they told me later. He didn't live in the building. He'd been squatting in the basement storage rooms, slipping through unlocked windows, watching us. Watching me. I moved out 2 days later, leaving the flat half-packed, belongings abandoned. Even now, in a different city, in a different building, I still bolt the doors and check the windows twice before bed. Because sometimes, late at night, I catch the faint smell of tobacco. And I wonder if he's still looking for his house. I lived alone in a quiet cul-de-sac, the kind of place where nothing ever seemed to happen. My neighbors were elderly, the streetlights worked, and the loudest noise was the occasional bark of a dog. It was the kind of setting where people left their doors unlocked by habit, though I never did. That Tuesday evening was unremarkable. I cooked a frozen dinner, washed up, and curled on the sofa with a book. The television murmured in the background. I was halfway through a chapter when the doorbell rang. The sound startled me. It was nearly 9 o'clock. I wasn't expecting anyone. When I opened the door, a man stood on my step in a dark uniform. He carried a large cardboard box in his arms, unmarked except for a strip of heavy tape. His cap shadowed his eyes, but I could see the curve of a polite, practiced smile. "Delivery for you," he said. "I didn't order anything," I replied, frowning. "Needs a signature." He held out a battered electronic pad with one gloved hand, balancing the box against his hip with the other. I hesitated. "Maybe you've got the wrong address." He shook his head. "Name and number match. Just sign here, please." I peered at the label. My name. My address. No sender listed. Unease prickled my skin. "Who's it from?" He shrugged. "Doesn't say. Happens all the time." I almost closed the door, but politeness won out. Maybe a relative had sent something. Maybe it was a work delivery I'd forgotten about. I reached for the pad, then stopped. The screen was dark. "It's not on," I said. The smile didn't move. "Battery's fine. Just sign." A cold weight pressed into my stomach. "No," I said firmly. "Take it back. I didn't order anything." His smile thinned. "I can't leave until you sign." Something in his tone, calm, patient, but unyielding, made my chest tighten. "Well, I'm not signing." I tried to close the door. The box shifted as he leaned forward, wedging his foot against the threshold. The rubber sole squeaked on my floor. "I need you to sign," he repeated. Panic flickered. I shoved the door harder, but his foot held it open with little effort. He wasn't straining, he was simply standing there, immovable. "Look," I stammered, "whatever this is, take it back to the depot." "I'm not accepting it." His head tilted, shadows sliding across his face. "It's already here." I slammed the door with all my weight. Something cracked either wood or bone, and suddenly the resistance was gone. I bolted the lock, slid the chain, and staggered back, heart racing. Silence. Through the peephole, I saw only the empty porch. No man. No package. For a long time I stood there, pulse hammering in my ears. Finally, I told myself I must have imagined the worst of it. Maybe he left when he realized I wouldn't cooperate. Delivery drivers were odd sometimes, weren't they? I tried to return to my book, but the words blurred. Every sound in the house seemed magnified, the hum of the fridge, the tick of the clock. I double-checked the locks, then finally crawled into bed, still wired with adrenaline. Sleep came late. At 3:12 a.m., the doorbell rang again. The sound drilled into my skull, pulling me up from uneasy dreams. I lay frozen, blankets tangled around me, every nerve screaming. It rang once. Twice. Then silence. I crept to the window that overlooked the porch. The street below was empty. The only movement was the swaying of a tree in the wind. No van, no man, no package. I barely slept the rest of the night. The following evening, As I arrived home from work, a box sat neatly on my doorstep. The same box. Brown cardboard, thick tape. No label this time. My skin crawled. I didn't touch it. I stepped over it, unlocked the door, and shut myself inside. Through the peephole, I watched it sit there, motionless, until darkness fell. At some point I dozed off on the sofa. When I woke near midnight, I checked again. The box was gone. Relief was brief. On the kitchen counter, where I'd left my keys, the box now sat waiting. I don't remember dropping the glass I was holding, but I remember the crash, the shards scattering at my feet. I didn't touch the box. I grabbed my phone and dialed the police, voice shaking as I explained. They promised to send a car. I sat in the living room, eyes fixed on the box, cricket bat clutched in my hands like a talisman. Minutes dragged. No knock, no siren. Just the low hum of the fridge, the steady tick of the clock. Then the lid of the box shifted. The tape peeled back with a slow, sticky rip, as though invisible hands were prying it open from inside. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. The flaps parted, revealing darkness deeper than shadow. From it, something pale and thin emerged. A hand. Long fingers, impossibly jointed, tipped with nails like splinters. It pressed against the counter, feeling its way forward. The bat slipped from my grasp. Another hand followed. Then a head, wrong in its proportions, with skin stretched too tight over sharp bone. Empty sockets where I should have been, and a mouth too wide, too hungry. It turned toward me, though it had no eyes to see. And then, from the doorway behind me, a voice, calm, patient, unyielding. I told you. You had to sign. The police found the house the next morning after a neighbor reported the smashed glass at my door. The lights were still on, the furniture overturned. But I wasn't there. On the kitchen counter sat a sealed cardboard box. My name and address written neatly on the label. Waiting. I had never thought of myself as paranoid. I lived a fairly ordinary life, work, errands, the occasional night out. My phone was my lifeline, calendar, emails, the usual. When it buzzed one Friday evening as I was changing out of my office clothes, I answered without even checking the caller ID. At first, all I heard was static. Then, faintly, a whisper. Blue shirt. I froze. Because I was wearing a blue shirt. Who is this? I asked, trying to keep my voice firm. The line went dead. I told myself it was a prank. Wrong number, some creep playing games. I tossed the phone onto the bed and went about my night, though my reflection in the mirror looked tighter around the mouth than usual. The next call came the following evening. I was at home in sweatpants and an old college hoodie, scrolling aimlessly online. The phone vibrated on the coffee table. Same withheld number. Against my better judgment, I answered. A breathy whisper filled my ear. Gray hoodie. My stomach dropped. Who is this? I snapped. How do you know what I'm wearing? A faint chuckle, then silence. I called the number back, but it went straight to voicemail. No message, no identity. That night, I checked every window, every blind, convinced someone was watching me from the dark. But the street outside was empty. By the third call, it wasn't funny anymore. I was walking home from the grocery store, balancing a bag of milk and bread, when my phone buzzed. Black jacket, the voice whispered. I whipped around, scanning the street. Only a woman with a stroller half a block away, a man unlocking his car. No one watching me. Still, I felt ice burning into my back. I quickened my pace, fumbling my keys as I reached my building. That night I barely slept, the phone clutched in my hand like a weapon. I tried rational explanations. Maybe someone had hacked my camera. Maybe it was coincidence, a trick. I covered the lenses with tape. I changed my passwords. But the calls kept coming. At the cafe on Tuesday, red scarf. In the office bathroom on Wednesday, white blouse. At the gym on Thursday, green shorts. Every time, the same hissed whisper, the same impossible accuracy. I started carrying pepper spray. I stopped going out after dark. My friends noticed my edginess, but how could I explain without sounding unhinged? One night, close to midnight, I woke to the phone buzzing on the nightstand. I answered before I could think. "Striped pajamas," the whisper said. My blood ran cold. I was in bed, lights off, blinds drawn. No one should have been able to see me. "Where are you?" I demanded. My voice cracked. The whisper grew softer, almost intimate. "Here." I flung on a light. My room was empty, of course. I tore open the closet, checked under the bed, even yanked back the curtains though the window showed only my own terrified reflection. Still, the whisper echoed in my ear. "Watching." I hung up and hurled the phone across the room. It landed face down, buzzing again seconds later. The police were polite but unconvinced. They suggested blocking the number, changing my SIM, being mindful of personal information. One officer even implied it was a friend messing with me. But I knew it wasn't. The voice was always the same, low, rasping, unplaceable, like it came from inside the phone itself. Blocking didn't help. The calls slipped through, always from unknown. The final night began like any other. I locked the doors twice, checked the windows, left a light on in every room. I curled on the sofa with a blanket, trying to drown myself in mindless television. The phone buzzed. Against reason, I answered. Black leggings. White t-shirt. My breath stopped. That was exactly what I was wearing. But this time, the whisper didn't hang up. This time, it continued. Feet on the coffee table. Blanket over your knees. Remote in your right hand. I dropped the remote, heart hammering. "Stop it." I shouted. "How are you seeing me?" A pause. Then, softly, turn around. Every hair on my body stood on end. My neck locked. I didn't move. The whisper again, firmer this time. "Turn. Around." I bolted. I grabbed my keys and ran barefoot out the door, down the stairs, into the night air. My lungs burned, but I didn't stop until I reached the corner shop, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, cashier staring as I gasped for breath. The phone rang again in my pocket. Hands trembling, I answered. The whisper was gone. The voice was calm, clear. "Mail. You shouldn't have run." Click. I didn't go back home. Not that night, not ever. The police found nothing, no signs of forced entry, no hidden cameras, no fingerprints. Just my phone, buzzing endlessly with calls from nowhere. I moved cities, changed numbers, changed everything. But sometimes, late at night, the phone still rings. And though I never answer, I know what I would hear if I did. A breath. A whisper. And the sound of my own clothes, described back to me. I had always considered my neighborhood quiet. The kind of place where the loudest sound at night was the wind through the trees or the occasional car passing by. I lived alone, a small two-story house on the corner of Maple Street. Everything about it felt safe, or at least it had, until the car appeared. I first noticed it on a Tuesday. I was folding laundry, the hum of the washing machine punctuating the silence of the house, when I glanced out the window at the driveway. At first, I thought it was a trick of the shadows, the way the streetlight hit the old oak across the road. But then I saw it, a dark sedan, parked across from my house, headlights off, engine silent. The kind of car that shouldn't have been there. I froze, staring. The windows were tinted, but I could just make out a man sitting inside, perfectly still. He didn't move. He didn't wave or honk or make any gesture. Just sat, watching. My heart raced, but I told myself I was imagining it. Maybe someone was waiting for a friend, or maybe the car had broken down. I went to bed, locking the door behind me, and tried to dismiss it. The next morning, the car was gone. Relief washed over me, but faintly, a ripple of unease lingered. I told myself it was nothing, yet that night, it returned. Same car. Same dark figure. Headlights off, engine silent. It didn't matter what time I looked, the man was always there. Always watching. I started noticing patterns. He arrived shortly after dusk, never leaving until the first hints of morning. Sometimes he would shift slightly, lean forward as if adjusting the mirror, but never fully moved. Once, I thought I caught a glint of metal, perhaps a phone or a gun, but when I blinked, the thought vanished. I tried to reason with myself. I left notes on my car, please move along. Nothing. I called the non-emergency line at the police station. They said they would send patrols around, but when I looked outside, the man never seemed to be fazed. I began timing him, mapping his visits. He was methodical, patient, unyielding. Sleep became difficult. Every rustle of leaves or distant bark made my stomach tighten. I installed security cameras, hoping for some clarity. The footage showed nothing abnormal except him. Sitting, always sitting, the tint of his window obscuring any details. I could see the vague outline of his face some nights, sharp, unblinking eyes that seemed to follow me through the glass. One night, I thought I saw him in the reflection of my kitchen window, closer than ever. Panic surged. I grabbed my phone and dialed the police, but my hands trembled so violently that I fumbled, dropped the phone, and it skidded across the tile floor. By the time I retrieved it, the man was gone. The street outside was empty. The weeks blurred. I stopped leaving the house at night. Curtains drawn, lights off, pretending I wasn't there. But still, every night at dusk, I could feel the weight of his presence. And then the dream started. Always the same, the sedan, headlights off, parked inches from my front door. I could hear the engine purr in the dream, the quiet, patient hum like a predator waiting. I'd wake up in cold sweats, heart hammering, and glance out the window, sometimes to see the real car already there. I tried confrontation once. I stepped outside, flashlight in hand, heart hammering. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice cracking. The man didn't respond. He just sat there, perfectly still. And then, as if noticing me for the first time, he raised his hand slowly, not to wave, but to point directly at me. My stomach twisted. I backed into the house and locked every door. Rationality failed me. I told myself I was being paranoid, but deep down, I knew the truth. This was no ordinary man. There was a malevolent patience in him, a certainty in the way he lingered that defied reason. I couldn't escape. I couldn't leave the house. Every route, every possible hiding spot felt like a trap. Then, one night, the car stayed later than usual. The streetlights flickered. Rain began to fall, tapping a relentless rhythm on the roof. I huddled by the front window, staring. The man's head was tilted slightly, studying me through the downpour. And then, the car began to move, not driving away, but inching forward, engine silent, sliding slowly down the street toward me. I ran upstairs, barricading myself in my bedroom. The sound of the car on wet asphalt, so quiet yet so close, made my blood run cold. I could see its outline through the curtains, creeping closer, closer, until it stopped. Right outside my window. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. And then, a voice came from the darkness, low and deliberate. "I see you." The glass shattered. Not entirely, just enough for a hand to slip through. Long, pale fingers pressed against the window frame, tapping, almost casually. I screamed and dove to the far side of the room. The door rattled as if something tried to enter. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands, dialed 911, but no one answered. Only static. Desperation clawed at me. I ran to the back door, unlocked it, and fled into the woods behind my house, rain soaking me, mud caking my shoes. I didn't look back. I ran until the morning sun cut through the trees. When I finally dared to glance back, the sedan was gone. I never saw him again. The police found nothing. No fingerprints, no evidence, no sign the car had ever existed. I moved cities, changed jobs, and never stayed in one place too long. But I will never forget the feeling, that patient, unblinking stare, the way he waited, the knowledge that he could be anywhere, watching. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I see headlights off in my rearview mirror. I had taken to jogging in the evenings to clear my head. The route wasn't remarkable. 2 miles along the canal, past the old mill, through the wooded stretch, then back along the river path. The streetlights flickered occasionally, and sometimes the wind carried the tang of wet grass and sewage from the canal. But I liked it. I liked the solitude. It felt like mine. The first time I noticed him, I told myself it was coincidence. I was rounding the bend by the mill when I caught a glimpse of movement through the shadows. At first, I thought it was a dog walker, or someone cleaning up, but then I saw the glint of metal, the faint reflection of a camera lens pointed in my direction. He was a man, mid-30s maybe, plain clothes, nondescript jacket. He held the camera like a reflex, snapping a single photo and then retreating into the shadows before I could confront him. My stomach knotted. I jogged faster, but the image lingered in my mind. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe he was a hobbyist photographer, maybe someone snapping pictures of the canal for a project. I shook it off, but the unease lingered. The next day, I ran the same route again, and there he was, farther along, near the wooded stretch, camera raised again. He didn't acknowledge me, didn't move, just observed through the lens. My pace doubled. I scanned the path behind me. No one. I avoided eye contact, tried not to make it obvious I had seen him. I told myself it was coincidence. But deep down, a pulse of fear quickened every time I passed the same spot. By the third day, I was sweating for reasons beyond the run itself. I kept a careful watch, but the man appeared in a new location, nearer to the canal's edge, snapping photos as I ran past. The angle suggested he was tracking me deliberately. I felt my chest tighten, lungs burning, not from exertion but from dread. I debated calling the police. Maybe it was nothing, maybe it was me imagining a pattern. But every time I slowed down to confront him, he vanished before I could reach him. The shadows swallowed him like he was part of them. I started varying my route, changing times, running past different streets. But he always appeared. Sometimes behind a hedge, sometimes crouched on a bridge railing, always photographing, always tracking, always silent. My anxiety escalated. I stopped sleeping properly, replaying the images in my mind, imagining him reviewing them in a dark room somewhere, zooming in, cataloging me. One evening, I tried something different. I carried my phone in one hand, recording video as I ran, hoping to catch him in the act. The wind tore at my hair, my lungs ached, and sweat ran into my eyes. Near the wooded stretch, I heard the faint click of a shutter. I spun the phone toward the sound but saw nothing, only the dark blur of trees swaying, the path empty. I slowed, heart hammering, scanning the shadows. And then he appeared at the bend ahead, half hidden behind the trunk of a tree. The camera clicked again, catching the orange glow of my sweat-streaked face. I froze. He didn't move. He didn't speak. He just stood, his gaze fixed on me through the lens. Panic clawed at my chest. My instinct screamed to run, but my legs felt leaden. I turned and sprinted, harder than I ever had. Behind me, faintly, I heard the soft, deliberate steps. He wasn't running, just keeping pace, invisible in the dark. I reached the river path and tried to increase my speed, weaving between puddles and broken branches, but every bend, every turn, I saw him again. Each time, closer. Each time, snapping photos. It was no longer coincidence. He was following me, studying me. The shadows stretched unnaturally, as though the night itself were aiding him. I debated calling someone. My fingers itched to dial 999, but I didn't want to slow down. Not for a stranger with a camera. At the edge of the canal, where the path narrowed and the water whispered against the stone, I saw him clearly for the first time without the camouflage of trees. His eyes, pale in the dim light, flicked up to mine, and he smiled, slow, deliberate, calm. Not friendly. Hungry. I ran faster, skidding on wet leaves, my lungs screaming, my heart thundering. Behind me, the camera clicked again. I risked a glance back. He was no longer crouched or hidden. He was walking upright, calm, keeping pace as if the path had been laid out for him to shadow me. By the time I reached the bridge at the end of the path, I was hyperventilating. My legs trembled beneath me. I could no longer hear his footsteps, only the echoes of my own frantic pace. But when I glanced over the rail, expecting the river, I saw the glint of the camera lens reflecting the streetlights on the opposite bank. He had vanished, only to reappear in the next perfect vantage point. I ran home, burst through my front door, locked it behind me, and sank to the floor, trying to control my shaking. The sweat ran cold down my spine. I told myself it had to stop, that tomorrow I would contact the police, that someone would understand, that this wasn't normal. But that night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of my house, every sigh of wind through the eaves made me flinch. And then my phone buzzed. A notification, a new email. No sender, no subject. Only a single attachment. I opened it. There I was. Dozens of images, every photo from every jog, every angle, every shadowed corner of the path. And in each frame, his eyes caught mine. Watching. Smiling. Silent. I called the police. They promised to investigate, to patrol the route. I changed my jogging schedule, tried to vary the path, installed lights and cameras around my house. But even then, nights were sleepless. Every time I passed a window or a reflective surface, I saw a fleeting silhouette, a flash of movement, the black lens of a camera aimed at me. Weeks later, I caught him on one of my cameras, leaning against a tree along the canal path. He wasn't hiding now. He was waiting. And in that moment, I knew I couldn't outrun him, couldn't hide. Not completely. I moved across the city, changed my job, my schedule, my routines. For months, I thought I had escaped. Then one evening, as I ran a different path, I glimpsed a man across the street, phone held low, pointing in my direction. My chest seized. The lens gleamed. And I understood, finally, that some predators are patient enough to wait, and silent enough to follow forever. I abandoned jogging entirely. I take long walks now, in daylight. But every reflective window, every parked car, every shadow in my peripheral vision sends my pulse racing. He is still out there. Waiting. Clicking. Watching. And one day, I know, he will appear again. I had moved into my apartment 6 months ago. It was nothing remarkable, a second-floor unit in a nondescript building, a living room with beige carpet, a kitchen corner, a bedroom just big enough for a bed and a small desk. I liked it because it was mine, tidy, predictable. My routines were simple: work, grocery shopping, evening shows, sleep, repeat. I liked the sense of control. That Thursday evening, I returned from work later than usual. Rain pelted the sidewalks outside, drumming a steady rhythm against my umbrella as I fumbled for my keys. I had been thinking about my weekend plans, about ordering dinner, about nothing important at all. When I opened the door, I felt it immediately, a shift in the air. The apartment smelled the same, faintly of carpet and detergent, but there was an unease I couldn't identify. Then I noticed the subtle differences. My couch was a few inches closer to the window. The coffee table had been rotated just slightly. A chair near the corner was angled differently, just enough that my line of sight had changed when I walked in. My pulse picked up. I laughed nervously and told myself I had been imagining things. Maybe I had nudged the furniture without noticing during one of my late-night cleaning sprees. Rational explanations, my mind whispered. It was ridiculous to think otherwise. I shrugged and set my bag down. As I moved toward the kitchen, I noticed a small stack of my books on the shelf had shifted positions. I swear, I had placed them differently that morning. My throat tightened, but I told myself I was just tired. That night, I slept poorly. I woke repeatedly, certain I heard the faintest scraping sound like shoes dragging across hardwood, soft and deliberate, but when I checked, there was nothing. The next morning, I tried to convince myself I was imagining it. I went about my routine, making coffee, reading emails, stepping over the faint puddle of dampness left by my umbrella. But when I returned from work, the furniture had moved again. Not dramatically, just slightly, but enough to make my chest tighten. The couch was now angled toward the kitchen instead of the window. The chair in the corner faced me instead of the door. Even my desk chair was rotated by a single degree. I started inspecting everything. Drawers, cupboards, corners of the room. Nothing was missing. Nothing was obviously tampered with. And yet, the subtle changes made me feel watched, aware that someone or something had been here. I called my building manager. He insisted no one had entered the apartment. The locks were all intact, no signs of forced entry. Maybe you're just forgetful, he said. Stress, maybe? His words felt hollow. I bought a small security camera, placing it discreetly in the corner of my living room. I checked it obsessively, but no one appeared on footage. No intruder. Just the quiet apartment, the gentle hum of the fridge, the dim evening light through the blinds. Then the movement started happening while I was home. At first, it was subtle. The pen on my desk pointing north instead of east. The magazine on the coffee table rotated. The remote on the couch angled differently. I would notice, sometimes shrug it off, but the sense of being watched grew heavier, like a hand pressing against my chest. One night, I was curled on the couch, trying to read, when I heard the unmistakable scrape of a chair moving across the floor. My blood ran cold. The sound wasn't from the hall, or the neighbor upstairs, or even the street below. It was inside my apartment. I froze. My eyes darted around. The chair was back in its proper place now, or so it seemed. My pulse thudded violently. Rational explanations went through the window. My imagination flickered weakly. The movements were too precise, too purposeful. Sleep became impossible. I would wake to the faintest shifts, a book slightly askew, a picture frame turned just a degree. Sometimes I would watch from the couch, holding my breath, waiting, but the apartment remained silent. Waiting with me. 2 nights later, it escalated. I had locked all doors and windows, triple-checked the chain, and sat in the corner of my living room, a baseball bat in my hands. I was exhausted, terrified, and increasingly certain that whatever was in my apartment was not human, or at least not visible to me. At 2:13 a.m., the air in the room seemed to thicken. I felt it, more than heard it, the subtle drag of movement across the carpet. My hand tightened on the bat. My eyes scanned the shadows. Then I saw it. Or rather, I sensed it. A shape darker than shadow, pooling near the corner where my couch had been hours earlier. It moved, just enough to nudge the chair into the middle of the room. My heart nearly stopped. I swung the bat blindly toward the shape. It vanished instantly. I screamed, ran for the door, and found it locked. I hadn't locked it again after checking. My hands trembled as I banged on it, shouting. Then I realized the light from the hallway flickered oddly, and when I turned back, the furniture had rearranged itself again. The couch was angled to face me, the chair closer, my desk chair rotated to block the path to the door. I sank to the floor, sobbing, every rational thought abandoned. I was trapped. Hours passed like days. Finally, as dawn broke, everything settled. The apartment seemed normal. The air lightened. I unlocked the door and ran, never looking back, not at the building, not at my keys, not at the faint prints in the carpet that weren't mine. I stayed with a friend for 2 weeks. I called the police, explained the situation, but no signs of forced entry were ever found. I never returned. The apartment was sold to someone else. I moved across the city, found a small flat, and for months, the memories receded into nightmares. But sometimes, when I returned from work late at night, I pause at the threshold of my new apartment, and for a split second, I feel the floor beneath me shift, the chair angle itself toward me, the couch whisper a subtle invitation. I know, in that moment, that something lingers in corners like patience, like gravity. Something that doesn't leave. Something that waits until you're alone, until you forget, until you believe you are safe. I don't rearrange my furniture anymore. It was late on a Thursday when I spotted him. I had been driving the back roads between towns, headlights cutting through fog that rolled in thick from the fields. My car hummed along the asphalt, music low, mind elsewhere, thinking about bills, deadlines, nothing of consequence. And then he appeared, thumb out, coat hood up, standing at the edge of the lane like a question mark in the mist. I slowed instinctively, eased the car to the shoulder. Need a lift? I asked. He looked up at me, face hidden in shadow. Yeah, he said, voice low, calm. Just down the next stretch. About 15 miles. I shrugged. Empty road, late hour, thought I could use the company. He got in without a word, sitting in the back, but still up, backpack on his knees. The smell hit me first, damp earth, faintly metallic, like wet soil after a storm. Name's Sam, I said, trying to break the silence. He didn't respond. Just nodded once. That was enough. I shifted gears and pulled back onto the road. The ride started normally enough. I made small talk, questions about school, work, travel. Each time, he answered in short, clipped sentences, never offering more than necessary. I thought he was shy, maybe tired. The fog thickened, clinging to the headlights like gauze, and I felt an odd prickle along my spine. But still, rational thoughts held sway. Late night ride, empty road, just a kid trying to get home. It wasn't until we reached the first set of country lights that the unease deepened. I pulled up near a cluster of houses. Here we are, I said. Your stop. He didn't move. Just sat there, hood drawn low, eyes on the dashboard, silent. This is it, I repeated, a little sharper. You said 15 miles. This is. I know, he said. Voice calm, almost amused. Just keep going a little farther. I'll tell you when. I laughed nervously. Maybe a prank. Maybe the fog was playing tricks on me. Right. Sure. I pressed the accelerator. He didn't offer a destination, only directions that seemed vague at first. Turn left at the old mill. Keep straight past the creek, follow the road until the trees thin. The sun had set hours ago, streetlights were sparse. Headlights illuminated the trees in short bursts, white fingers brushing against darkness. I followed his instructions, uneasy. Something in the way he sat, still, patient, like he had no need for light or air, kept me on edge. The fog grew heavier. The road narrowed. Branches scratched the sides of the car. I flicked on the eye beams. Nothing. Only the road ahead, stretching like a ribbon, disappearing into darkness. Hours, or maybe minutes, passed. I lost track. The houses vanished, the streetlights ended. Only trees, the asphalt, the fog, and the low hum of the engine. This doesn't look like anywhere, I said finally. Are you sure you live out here? He didn't answer. I glanced in the rearview mirror. His hood had dropped slightly, revealing a pale, gaunt face. Eyes blacker than night, staring at me. Not curious. Not afraid. Watching. Waiting. I swallowed hard. Okay, maybe I should turn around. You can find another ride. No, he said. Calm. The word carried a weight that pressed against my chest. Just a little farther. Panic started to rise. My mind spun with rationalizations, lost in the country, exhausted, late-night paranoia. Maybe he was dangerous, maybe I should pull over. But something in the way he said just a little farther silenced my instincts. I obeyed. The road narrowed further, flanked by ancient trees whose branches interlocked above like claws. The fog became a wall, opaque and suffocating. I could barely see the white lines. I glanced at him. He smiled faintly, not a friendly smile, but patient, omniscient. Almost there, he said. I realized then that we were no longer on any map I recognized. Every curve seemed identical to the last, the trees unbroken, the fog endless. My chest constricted. Rational explanations lost, trick of the road, sleep deprivation crumbled. I stopped the car briefly, shaking. I need to turn around. I can't. He leaned forward suddenly, face illuminated by the dash, eyes black and endless. No. Don't stop. Don't look back. Not yet. I obeyed, hands tight on the wheel, driving into a darkness so thick it felt liquid. The car headlights revealed nothing but fog and shadow, the sound of tires on wet asphalt loud and singular. My heart slammed. Every instinct screamed to flee, yet I could not turn around. Then we arrived. Or perhaps it arrived. The road ended abruptly at a clearing. The fog thinned, revealing a circle of trees, bare branches like skeletal hands. There was no house, no light, nothing but shadows. I realized my headlights illuminated a perfect circle around us, but beyond it, the darkness seemed infinite. Get out, he said. Not softly. Not calmly. The word echoed as if the trees themselves had spoken. I froze. My pulse pounded in my ears. This isn't safe. I don't know where we are. It doesn't matter, he said. Calm. Patient. Certain. You brought me here. That's all that matters. The car door opened before I could react. A cold wind swept inside, carrying the scent of wet earth and something fouler like iron and rot. He stepped out, and the air seemed to follow him, as if the fog itself bent to his will. I tried to follow, to speak, to stop him, but my legs were led. Then he turned, a faint smile, eyes glinting black, and said, "Thank you." And he vanished into the fog, leaving me alone in the circle of trees. I didn't move for what felt like hours. Eventually, I found the road again, one of the loops back to civilization. But when I reached the nearest town, hours later, the memory of his words pressed like a stone in my chest. I never saw him again. I never picked up another hitchhiker. I don't drive that back road anymore. But sometimes, late at night, when the fog rolls in and the headlights cut through nothing, I swear I see a figure at the edge of the road, hood up, waiting patiently for someone foolish enough to stop. I never used to sleep with my phone near my bed. It was a habit I dropped years ago, blue light, late night scrolling, the way it made my thoughts linger on trivial worries until they multiplied. But the apartment was quiet, my evenings empty, and lately I had this impulse to keep it close, just in case. Just in case what? I didn't know. The first morning it happened, I was groggy, half dreaming, and reached for my phone to check the time. The screen unlocked automatically, as it always did, and that's when I saw it, a single photo, a dark, blurry image of my bedroom. My heart stuttered. It was taken from the doorway. From the angle, it could only have been while I was asleep. I froze, staring. The room looked ordinary, my comforter crumpled, my alarm clock blinking 6:42 a.m., nothing out of place. But I had taken no photos, never even touched the camera since I had gone to bed. I deleted it, blaming a glitch or a random misfire. The next morning, there were 2 photos. Same angle, same bed, same room, but this time, the images were sharper. I could see the indentation of my pillow where my head had been, the curl of my hair against the sheets. My stomach churned. I tried to convince myself it was a bug, something weird with iCloud, maybe even a late-night dream saved by some accidental app feature. But the unease in my chest refused to settle. By the 3rd morning, the gallery had grown. 5 photos. Each captured a different moment during the night, me tossing, turning, the blanket sliding off my legs, my hands curled into fists by my sides. The camera, whatever, had it, was patient. Observant. Calculating. I stopped sleeping. Every noise became amplified, the trip of the kitchen tap, the hum of the radiator, the faint creak of the floorboards. I started leaving my phone in the living room, charging, hoping to catch a break. I told myself that if it was some bug, it wouldn't matter where I placed it. But when I checked the gallery the next morning, my phone was on the bedside table again. I had not moved it. That's when I saw the first person. Or thought I did. In one photo, faint in the corner of the frame, behind the open closet door, a shadowy figure crouched, limbs folded unnaturally, watching me sleep. At first, I told myself it was a trick of the low light. Grainy pixels. Pareidolia. But the outline was distinct. Intentional. I started barricading myself in the bedroom. Locking the door. Moving the phone to the far end of the room, away from me. Yet each morning, new photos appeared, me sitting up, stretching, rubbing my eyes, a blanket tangled around my shoulders. And always, just beyond the edge of the bed, a shadow where no one should be. I called Apple support. They walked me through iCloud, checked for hacks, installed security apps. Nothing. Sometimes, the technician said, sensors, backups, unusual behavior. But nothing physically possible to take a photo without touching the device. His voice was neutral, professional. I didn't sleep that night. I installed a camera in the corner of the room, pointed at the bed. Infrared, night vision, all angles. I watched the footage, heart hammering. Nothing. Hours passed in darkness. No one entered. No one moved. And yet, when I unlocked my phone at 6:45 a.m., 10 new photos awaited. Every one of them exactly the same as the previous nights, me in bed, eyes closed, completely still. Except now the figure had shifted closer. Kneeling beside the mattress, watching. I tried rational explanations. Sleepwalking? Impossible. I had never moved in my sleep beyond twitching an arm. Glitch. I had backed up and restored the phone. Changed devices. Same result. Every night, a new set of photos. Every night, closer. The fear became visceral. I started sleeping in different rooms, even on the couch. I took to sleeping with the lights on, the phone in another apartment, locked away. I thought I was safe. But the gallery always filled overnight. Each new morning, images of me, awake or asleep, in my apartment. Always alone, always watched. Last Tuesday, I slept fully clothed in the living room, blanket around my shoulders, all doors locked. I awoke to silence, the morning sun peeking through the blinds. I exhaled, trembling, heart still hammering. Then I remembered the phone. I reached for it on the counter, Lock screen. I swiped. And there they were. 43 photos. Every angle of the living room. Every shadow cast by the morning sun. And in the final photo, in the reflection of the TV screen, a figure stood behind me. Tall, featureless, motionless. Watching. I spun around. Nothing. The room was empty. I couldn't leave the apartment. Not immediately. My mind screamed, but curiosity and the compulsion that had gripped me nights before forced me to check the images again. Zooming in, I saw the figure's arms now slightly raised. Not touching me. Not moving. But gesturing. A slow, deliberate reach toward something. Toward me. I dropped the phone, backing away. My heart thundered. My rational mind splintered into fragments. Impossible, hallucination, paranoia. But the fear in my chest was concrete. Solid. Real. The next night, I couldn't bear to stay inside. I left. Parked at a friend's house, stayed overnight, tried to distract myself. When I returned the following morning, I braced for the worst. I unlocked the apartment door carefully, every sense screaming. The room looked unchanged. Calm. Normal. Empty. The bed neatly made. The blinds drawn. I approached the phone on the counter. Screen off. My hands shook. I unlocked it. The gallery was empty. Every photo gone. Relief should have been immediate. But as I swiped through my files, my stomach dropped. There was a single image, saved somewhere outside the gallery, in a folder I had never seen before. It was me, lying in bed. And beside me, crouched on the mattress edge, face just barely visible in the shadows, looking directly at the camera. I had slept alone. I never slept with a phone near me again. I had been wandering through the aisles of the small grocery store, aimless, picking up milk and bread, when I noticed him. At first, I didn't pay much attention. A man in his 40s, casually dressed, standing near the spices. But the moment he looked at me, my chest constricted. There was a familiarity in the way he stared, a certainty in his gaze that unsettled me in a way I couldn't place. "Good evening, Jonathan Markham," he said. His voice was smooth, calm, but carried a strange weight. I froze mid-step, the carton of milk trembling slightly in my hands. I had never met him in my life. My pulse spiked, and I turned slowly, trying to meet his eyes. "Excuse me?" He smiled, a slight tilt of the head, like someone confident in a truth I hadn't discovered yet. Jonathan Markham. I've been looking for you." I glanced around the aisle. Empty shelves, a cashier ringing up an elderly woman at the register. No one else seemed to notice. I told myself it was a prank. A coincidence. Maybe some app or loyalty card system that had announced my name aloud somehow. My rational mind grasped at anything. I think you've got the wrong person," I stammered. My voice sounded too loud, too frantic in the quiet of the store. He took a slow step closer, deliberately casual, eyes fixed on mine. "No mistake. Jonathan Markham. You don't remember me?" I shook my head, gripping the milk tighter. My skin prickled with fear. I could feel every muscle in my body tightening, my instinct screaming to move, to run, to escape. "Maybe not yet," he said, almost soothingly. "But you will. Soon enough." A cold sweat broke over my back. I took another step back, toward the checkout. Look, I don't know who you are. Please, just leave me alone." He chuckled softly. A sound like gravel sliding down a slope. "I can't do that. You see, Jonathan, you've been very visible lately. People notice things about you. Patterns. Routines. and I like to know my subjects personally. I blinked, disoriented. Subjects? Patterns? I glanced down at my phone in my pocket, checked the time, 7:30. Nothing seemed out of place. Yet the chill crawling up my spine told me otherwise. My logical mind fought against the creeping panic, but the fear was unmistakable. I turned and walked briskly toward the exit. The man followed, not overtly, but enough that I could sense him just beyond the shelves, matching my pace. My thoughts raced. Security cameras, employees, witnesses, there had to be someone. But the store was oddly empty now, aisles vacant. "Jonathan," he said again, catching up to me near the front. His voice was closer now, soft, deliberate. "You'll remember me. You always remember eventually." I reached the door, yanking it open. The night air hit my face, cold and damp, but it didn't shake him. He stepped outside, stopped on the sidewalk, and waited. I hesitated, looking at him. Every rational explanation shattered. No one should have known my full name. No one should have recognized me in a city where I was just another face. I turned and ran, weaving through cars, shouting for help, but the streets were empty, dimly lit, silent except for my own ragged breathing. My apartment was only a few blocks away. I cursed myself for not being more cautious, for ever thinking this was normal. When I finally reached home, I slammed the door, locked it, and checked every window. My phone sat on the counter, vibrating. A message notification, unknown number. Hesitating, I opened it. Just 2 words, "See you." I called the police. They took a report but had no leads. No one had reported seeing a stranger follow me. No security footage showed him entering or leaving the store. They suggested it could be a prank call, someone looking for attention. My mind struggled to cling to that explanation. But then, every night after that, I began noticing small signs. A shadow at the corner of my street. A car idling across from my apartment. Sometimes, a fleeting glimpse of a figure watching from the park down the road. Always distant. Always patient. Always just far enough away to be ignored. Sleep became shallow, restless. I triple-locked the door, set alarms, avoided unnecessary trips outside. Yet every time I left my apartment, my stomach clenched as if the man was already there, somewhere, waiting to say my name again. 2 weeks later, I returned to the grocery store. I needed to see if I could trace anything, security footage, employees, anyone who might have noticed. The store was ordinary, bustling now with evening shoppers. I asked the manager if they had cameras. "They did," he said. "Standard, facing the aisles and registers." I described him, every detail. The manager's eyes narrowed. He checked the footage. "Nothing. No one matching your description came in tonight," he said. "Are you sure?" I nodded, trembling. The footage was blank. I felt relief, shallow and temporary. That night, I locked my doors as usual. I sat in the living room, lights on, phone in hand. And then it happened. My phone buzzed. Unknown number. Text, "I'm closer than you think." I dropped it, fumbling, heart hammering. A shadow fell across my doorway. I turned. No light. Nothing visible. But I knew. I knew he was there, and I knew, somehow, he had always been. The next day, I moved. Changed cities, changed numbers, changed routines. I hoped distance would help. For a while, it did. Months later, I received a package. No return address. Inside, a small note, written in perfect, familiar handwriting. Jonathan Markham. Remember me? I burned it immediately. But even as the flames consumed the paper, I felt his presence, patient and inevitable, like a shadow stretching just beyond sight. And I knew wherever I went, he would always know my name. I woke up to the smell of cold linen and something else, metallic, sharp, like iron. My head throbbed, heavy and stubborn. The room was dark, darker than it should have been at 7 in the morning. My eyes adjusted slowly, and that's when I realized something was wrong. I couldn't move my arms. My wrists were bound, pulled toward the corners of the bed with rough fabric straps. Panic clawed up my throat, making me gag. I tried to scream, but my mouth dry, my voice was a croak. My legs, too, felt anchored, pressed against something solid beneath the sheets. The room felt empty. Too empty. I scanned it blindly, heart hammering, and immediately noticed the absence of familiar chaos. My desk, normally cluttered with pens, notebooks, my laptop, was bare. My dresser drawers yawned empty. Even the nightstand beside the bed, where I always left my phone, wallet, and glasses, had been stripped clean. My pulse raced. My mind scrambled for an explanation. Sleepwalking? A dream? No, I wasn't asleep. I could feel the coarse fabric biting into my wrists. Someone had done this. Someone had been in my apartment while I slept. I tested the bindings, tugging against them with every ounce of strength, but they held. Strong, precise knots. Whoever had done this had planned it, knew what they were doing. A sound drew my attention, the faintest creak of a floorboard, deliberate and slow. Someone was moving in the apartment. My stomach twisted into knots. Rational thought fled. The terror was raw and immediate. "Hello?" I croaked. My voice sounded alien in my own ears. No answer. Just the soft scrape of footsteps across the hardwood. Whoever it was wasn't trying to hide. They were making me wait. I swallowed against a dry lump in my throat and forced myself to stay still, listening. The footsteps stopped. Then, a soft, deliberate cough. "I see you're awake," a voice said, calm, almost conversational. I froze, straining to locate it in the darkness. The voice was male, measured, and somehow entirely familiar, though I knew I had never heard it before. What do you want?" My voice broke. "To wake up," he said simply, "and to know you understand the rules." I swallowed, bile rising. The rules? My pulse thundered in my ears. I tried to speak again. Why are you here?" There was a pause, then a soft chuckle, low and deliberate. "Because I can. Because I needed to see you at the beginning of your day, and you weren't awake yet. You like routines, don't you?" I realized then that I hadn't noticed the sound of my alarm. My phone wasn't on the nightstand. My clock was missing too. All traces of my usual morning routine were gone. Every anchor to the familiar had been removed. I don't understand," I said, voice shaking. "You will," he said. The sound of fabric brushing against wood. He was moving closer, though I couldn't see him. "First, let's see if you can remember the last time you really felt safe." I tried to shift, to pull my arms free, but the restraints cut deep into my skin. The roughness scraped my wrists raw. Panic pushed me to thrash, but every movement was met with the same suffocating resistance. The lights flickered unsuddenly. Bright, harsh, illuminating the room fully. My stomach dropped. There he was. A man, tall, lean, face obscured by a dark hood. He stood near my dresser, hands in his pockets. He looked like he belonged in the shadows, but the light made every detail sharper, the careful way he observed me, the patience in his posture. "Everything you own is gone," he said, gesturing vaguely toward the empty surfaces. I thought we'd start fresh. I tried to shout. Tried to scream. My voice failed. I realized then how utterly powerless I was. "Why?" I croaked. "Why are you doing this?" His smile was faint, a thin line that made my stomach turn. because some people need to see the fragility of life, to understand what it feels like to be entirely at someone else's mercy. I felt my vision narrow, heart hammering against my ribs. The rational part of my mind fought against terror. This couldn't be happening. He couldn't have entered undetected. My apartment was secure. I live alone. Locks. Alarms. Cameras. Nothing. And yet, here he was. The man stepped closer. I caught the faint smell of his cologne, earthy, metallic, like damp soil and rust. He crouched slightly to meet my gaze. Don't struggle too much. It only makes it harder. I shivered, nauseous. He was calm, in control, and that made the horror all the sharper. He moved to the nightstand or where it had been and pulled out a thin black folder. He opened it, flipping through pages. I couldn't see what was inside, but he paused on one and held it aloft. Look at this. Your life. Every detail, every little habit, every mundane thought. I know it all. I shook my head. You don't know me. I do, he said. And now you know how small you really are. I realized then that my survival depended on compliance. My rage, my panic, could not help me. But as he reached toward me, I noticed something, a slight slack in the knot on my right wrist, a mistake in his careful restraint. My fingers fumbled at the edge of the fabric. One careful twist, one desperate tug, and my hand slipped free. I didn't hesitate. I swung it at his face, hitting him squarely. He stumbled back, startled, his escaping his lips. I grabbed the blanket, threw it over his head, and kicked my legs free. He recovered quickly, lunging toward me, but I had leverage now. I scrambled off the bed, grabbed the lamp from the nightstand, barely more than a metal cylinder, and swung with every ounce of strength I had left. The first blow connected. The second, and then I bolted for the door, adrenaline burning in my veins. I ran through the apartment, yanking the locks, flinging the door open. Outside, the morning sun hit me like a revelation. I didn't look back. I didn't pause. I ran until the building was a blur, until my lungs burned, until I was certain I was safe. Later, the police found him. Not inside the apartment, not near it. Just gone. They took my statement, dusted for prints, checked cameras. Nothing. No trace. My belongings were never recovered. My sense of safety shattered. I moved immediately, changed locks, changed city, changed everything. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind presses against my windows and I lie in bed, I still feel the weight of his gaze, calm and patient, somewhere beyond the shadows, waiting for the next mistake. And I know, if he ever finds me again, I won't get up from the bed. I had always enjoyed the quiet of my small apartment complex. 2 flights up, nestled between the dry cleaners and a tiny cafe, my unit felt private, secure. I liked to leave the windows cracked for the evening breeze, the faint smell of coffee from the cafe drifting in. Life was ordinary, repetitive, and comforting. That's why the first thing I noticed when I walked to the mailbox that Thursday evening was so unsettling, a small, plain envelope lying against the edge of the box. At first, I thought it was a utility notice or an advertisement. But when I picked it up, it was heavier than I expected. Inside was a disposable camera. No note. No return address. My stomach tightened. I turned it over in my hands, felt the weight of it, heard the faint click as I pressed the little lever on the side. Someone had left this here deliberately. I told myself it was a prank. A neighbor goofing around. The building had a few eccentric residents. I smiled nervously and set the camera on the counter, intending to forget it. That night, I made sure the windows were fully closed. But sleep was uneasy. Every creak of the radiator, every distant footstep in the hall, set my nerves on edge. I woke several times, heart racing, convinced I saw shadows moving beyond my bedroom door. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me under. The next morning, curiosity won. I had the camera developed at the local drugstore. When I picked it up, I laughed nervously at my own intention. It was probably nothing. Just blurry images, maybe a picture of a mailbox or a random hallway. I shouldn't have laughed. The first photo made my stomach drop. It was my bedroom. My bed. The sheets twisted from sleep. My nightstand. Every detail precisely captured. I remembered leaving the blinds half open. The light from the street lamp outside was just enough to illuminate the room. I flipped the next frame. Same room, slightly different angle. Someone had taken these while I slept. My heart hammered in my chest. The images grew more detailed. The third photo showed my pillow creased from my head, a hand curled beside it. The fourth, a blurry shadow at the corner of the frame. I backed away from the counter, hands shaking. "This isn't real," I whispered. I told myself I had left the camera somewhere, that it had been an old roll someone redeveloped by mistake. But rationalizations fell apart with each new photo. Every image captured something that could only have happened in my apartment, in my bed, at night. The remaining frames escalated the horror. Someone was patient, deliberate. The fifth photo showed me tossing in sleep, the sixth, the shadow closer, looming near the edge of the bed. The final frame, a face, featureless in the dim light, peering down at me from the corner of the room. I hadn't noticed anyone in the dark. I bolted upright, nearly dropping the photos. Every logical explanation collapsed. My apartment had locks, cameras in the hallway, a neighbor 2 doors down who was never awake at night. No one could have entered undetected. Yet the evidence stared back at me. I called the police, hands trembling. They came quickly, took the photos, dusted for prints, checked the building. Nothing. No signs of forced entry. No evidence of someone in my apartment. Just me. I tried to sleep that night with the lights on, a baseball bat across the bed. Every noise, the creak of a floorboard, the hum of the refrigerator, set my nerves on edge. At 2:47 a.m., I woke to a thump against the window. My heart stopped. I leapt out of bed, flipped on the light, and saw nothing. Just the curtains swaying slightly in the breeze. Morning offered no relief. My mailbox had something new. I hesitated before opening it. Inside was another disposable camera. No envelope this time, just the camera, unmarked. I didn't want to see it. But curiosity, dread, and an almost compulsive need to know pulled me to the counter. I developed the second camera. The first frames were worse than I expected. Someone had been watching all night again. One photo showed me sitting up in bed, eyes wide, bat across my chest. Another showed the shadows moving across the room in the faint morning light I hadn't remembered leaving. The last few frames made my hands shake so badly I dropped them, images of the bathroom mirror, reflecting my sleeping form, and, in the reflection, the same faceless shadow, closer than before. I realized then that the first camera had been only a warning. This was a pattern. Someone was documenting my life while I slept, tracking my every movement, waiting for the night. I moved immediately, leaving the apartment, taking only what I could carry. I stayed in a friend's spare room, but the sense of being watched never left. Every mail delivery, every knock at the door, made my stomach lurch. Weeks later, I returned briefly, gathering essentials. The mailbox was empty. But in the corner of the hall, a small package rested against the wall. A camera. One last roll inside. No photos yet. But I didn't need to develop it. I knew what it contained. I left the city that day, changed my locks, my phone, my routines. I've moved twice since then. I check every mailbox, every window, every corner. And I know, somewhere, he still has another camera ready. Waiting. Watching. Patient. Even in daylight, even in another apartment, I sleep with one eye open. Because he knows where I am. And I can't escape the lens. It was a Saturday morning, the kind where the sunlight slanted lazily through the blinds, and the apartment smelled faintly of last night's coffee. I had spent the week working from home, the rhythm of my life predictable and comfortable. Laundry, dishes, emails, the occasional run to the corner store. Nothing exciting, nothing dangerous. I was vacuuming the living room when my hand struck something hard beneath the sofa. Frowning, I crouched, peering into the shadowed gap. My fingers found a small, black object. At first, I thought it was a piece of a broken remote or perhaps a misplaced phone charger. I pulled it out. It was a tiny recording device, no bigger than a matchbox. Smooth, black, and still faintly warm. My stomach tightened. Warm. Someone had used it here. Recently. I set it on the coffee table, my pulse quickening. Rational thoughts raced to the forefront. Maybe a repairman? A friend's kid playing a prank? But no one had been here while I was gone. I lived alone. Always alone. I crouched back down, checking the floor. The apartment looked normal. No sign of forced entry. No missing items, nothing disturbed, except the couch, which I rarely moved. My heart beat faster as unease gnawed at me. I pressed the small button on the device. A faint red light flickered, and I realized it wasn't recording now, but it had been. Someone had been listening. Watching. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I remembered the faint creak in the hallway last night, something subtle that I had ignored. My neighbor's footsteps, perhaps. But that didn't explain the warmth. The immediacy. I rifled through the device's tiny compartment, searching for memory, wires, anything. Inside, a small card held dozens of files. Hesitating, I plugged it into my laptop. The first playback made my blood run cold. It was me. Not in any cinematic or staged way, but ordinary, mundane, sitting on my couch, scrolling through my phone, my hair falling into my eyes. The next file captured me making coffee. The following, me reading on the sofa, dozing lightly. Each one a snapshot of intimacy, of vulnerability. I leaned back in disbelief, hands shaking. No one had keys. No one had been here. And yet, someone had been here, watching, recording, capturing every private moment. I tried to convince myself it was a glitch. Old files? Misplaced recordings? But the timestamps were precise: last night, then the night before, then the one before that. Fresh. Recent. I couldn't sleep that night. Every sound, the faint hum of the fridge, the tick of the wall clock, even the wind brushing against the windows, made me tense. I checked the couch repeatedly. No more devices, as far as I could see, but the warmth, the very thought of someone having been in my living room while I slept, gnawed at my nerves. The next day, I attempted normalcy. Groceries, a walk around the block, coffee from the cafe downstairs. But everywhere I went, the paranoia followed. At the counter, I imagined the cashier watching me more closely than needed. On the sidewalk, shadows stretched too long, too still. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage with invisible bars. By the third day, I decided to confront reality. I had to know if it was ongoing, if someone was still watching. I bought a small Wi-Fi-enabled camera and installed it in the corner of my living room, discreetly tucked among books on the shelf. Night vision, motion detection, continuous recording. I went to bed early, lights dim, eyes wide open beneath the blankets. At 2 a.m, I heard it. A faint click, almost imperceptible. My pulse slammed against my ribs. I waited. Nothing. Another click, followed by the softest scuff of a foot against the hardwood floor. I held my breath, heart hammering, The footage the next morning revealed every terrifying detail. A man, slight and unremarkable, had entered through my window, careful, methodical. He crouched by the couch, manipulating something small and black. The infrared camera captured his hands, sliding a device beneath the cushions. My chest tightened. He had been inside again, and I hadn't heard him. I called the police. They took fingerprints, dusted for evidence, and canvassed the area. No prints matched, no witnesses came forward. It was as if he hadn't existed. I tried to sleep in the apartment that night. I tried to convince myself it was over. But the moment I closed my eyes, I imagined the device, tiny and silent, recording every breath, every movement, every private, vulnerable moment. I left the apartment the next day. Permanently. I changed cities, changed my locks, changed my routines. I assumed or hoped that distance would offer safety. A week later, a package arrived at my new place. Plain, unmarked. Inside, a disposable camera, lens facing up, clicking softly. I held it in my trembling hands, the memory of warmth from beneath my old sofa flooding back. I threw it into the street. Stomped it under my shoes until nothing remained. But even now, years later, whenever I sit on a couch, I check beneath the cushions. Every shadow feels like movement. Every silence feels like waiting. Because I know he could have been anywhere. And he could still be watching. It was just past 9 when I heard my daughter giggling from her bedroom. The sound should have been comforting, a reminder that she was tucked in safely, playing with her dolls or whispering secrets to her stuffed animals. But there was something off, an unusual lilting quality in her voice, like she was talking to someone I couldn't see. "Emma?" I called, stepping into the hallway. Her small bedroom door was half open. "I'm fine, Daddy," she chirped. "We're playing." I smiled, shaking my head. She had a vivid imagination, always inventing friends, imaginary pets, fantastical games. Nothing to worry about. I left her to her play and returned to the kitchen to clean up the dinner dishes, the sound of water and clinking silverware filling the quiet apartment. Later that night, as I passed her room to check the monitor, I noticed her window slightly ajar. I frowned. We had locked all the windows before bedtime. I approached, peering through the blinds. The neighborhood was dark and quiet. Nothing moved. Perhaps she had opened it herself to listen to the wind or the night air. I closed it firmly and returned to bed, telling myself it was nothing. It wasn't until the next morning that the real unease began. Emma was unusually quiet at breakfast, poking at her cereal. "Something wrong, sweetie?" I asked. She looked up at me, eyes wide, earnest. "Daddy, my friend came again last night." I froze, my fork midway to my mouth. "Your friend?" I asked, trying to keep my tone light. "You mean, like your imaginary friend?" "No," she said firmly. "He's real. He comes through my window. He waits for me." A shiver ran down my spine. "Through your window? What does he look like?" She shrugged. "I don't know. He's tall and quiet, but he talks to me. We play games." I forced a laugh, trying to dismiss the chill creeping through my chest. "Emma, you know you have to stay in bed. And no one comes in through the window. You're safe, okay?" She nodded, but her eyes didn't sparkle with mischief. They were serious. Too serious. That night, I double-checked all the locks and the childproof latches. Every window secured. Emma slept under the covers, clutching her stuffed rabbit. I lay awake, heart pounding, imagining a shadowy figure pressing against the glass, waiting. My mind raced for rational explanations, a neighbor's kid pranking her, a dream, a vivid imagination, but the feeling of being watched lingered long after I turned off the lights. Over the next few nights, Emma insisted her friend returned. Always at the same time, always at the window. I tried to rationalize, staying awake in the dark living room, watching the apartment from behind curtains. Nothing. No one. Just the faint rustle of trees in the night wind. One night, sleep-deprived and anxious, I heard it, a soft thump, almost inaudible, against the glass of Emma's window. My heart leapt. I tiptoed down the hall, trying to calm my breathing. "Emma?" I whispered. "Daddy." Her voice trembled. "He's here. He's waiting." I flicked on the bedside lamp. Nothing. Just the pale moonlight glinting off the glass. I pulled her close, checking the locks again, scanning the outside. Empty street. Empty yard. But when I turned back, she was pointing toward the corner of the room, toward the shadows where the wall met the ceiling. "I see him, Daddy. He's tall. He's watching." My throat went dry. Rational explanations fled. Rationality couldn't account for the creeping, unnatural feeling of eyes in the darkness, focused solely on her. I called the police. They checked the perimeter, canvassed the neighborhood. No one reported suspicious activity. No signs of forced entry. No prints. Nothing. And yet, I couldn't shake the sense of dread that had settled over the apartment, like a weight pressing against my chest. The following night, I decided to sit in her room until she fell asleep, staying close, lights on, every sense alert. Emma's eyes grew heavy, and eventually, her breathing evened out. I leaned back in the chair by her bed, exhausted. Then I heard it, the softest scrape, like a finger against glass. My eyes snapped to the window. A shadow flickered across the pane. I froze, heart hammering, throat dry. I flicked on the lamp. Empty. But the chill didn't fade. I approached slowly, hand on the curtain. The window was locked. The glass intact. I stepped back, shaking, telling myself it was my imagination, exhaustion, stress. And then I noticed it, tiny, wet footprints on the sill. Not from a cat or bird. Small, humanoid, leading toward the edge, as if someone had crouched there minutes ago. My hands shook uncontrollably. I scooped up Emma and drove to my sister's house. That night, I didn't sleep. I didn't blink. Every noise, the distant hum of a car, the wind brushing leaves against the house, felt like a threat. The next morning, I returned with a locksmith. Every window reinforced, deadbolts installed, alarms set. We even installed cameras aimed at her bedroom. I told myself it would be enough. I had to believe it would be. For 2 nights, nothing. Peaceful. Relief. Maybe it had been a strange fluke, a trick of shadows. But on the 3rd night, I checked the footage. My stomach dropped. There, clearly visible under the moonlight, a figure crouched outside Emma's bedroom window. Tall, thin, featureless in the shadows, its gaze fixed on her. And then it raised a hand, just a flicker, barely there, and pointed. Toward the bed. I deleted the footage, destroyed the camera. Moved every piece of furniture in the room. Changed locks, reinforced alarms, installed sensors everywhere. I held her every night, never leaving her side. And yet, when she wakes in the middle of the night and whispers, "He's here," I know. I know that somewhere, just beyond the glass, he waits. Patient, silent, watching, and no amount of locks or lights will keep him away forever. Because some visitors don't knock. I had just finished my morning coffee when there was a knock at the door. It was early, too early for anyone I knew, and the sound had an urgent rhythm, deliberate but not harsh. I opened the door a crack. A man in a navy uniform stood there, clipboard in hand. His cap shadowed his face, but I could see the faint crease of a smile, practiced, polite. "Good morning," he said, voice low but friendly. "I'm from the utility company. We're doing inspections in the building today. May I come in and check your meter? I hesitated. I always like to be cautious, but something about his manner seemed routine, official. Ah, sure, I guess. Thank you, he said, stepping inside before I could change my mind. His shoes were clean, almost too clean, and the uniform looked brand new, almost pristine. I shrugged off the unease, assuming it was just my imagination. He moved with quiet efficiency, glancing at the meter in the corner of the kitchen. I lingered near the counter, trying to make small talk. So, inspections all day? I asked, trying to break the awkwardness. Yes, ma'am, he said, clipboard in hand. He scribbled something down. We like to keep everything up to date, ensure safety and accuracy. I nodded, but I noticed the air in the apartment felt heavier than usual. He moved slowly, almost deliberately, as though he were studying every inch of the room, not just the meter. The smile never faltered. When he finished, he straightened, adjusted his cap, and said, "All done. Thank you for your cooperation." I exhaled, a mixture of relief and lingering unease, and reached for my phone. Just a routine call. I wanted to confirm the schedule. "Hello, this is City Utilities," the automated voice answered. I hesitated for a moment, then said, "Yes, hi. I just had a meter inspection in my apartment. Can you confirm it was scheduled?" There was a pause, then the operator's voice, "I'm sorry, ma'am, but we don't have anyone scheduled for your address today. No inspections, no employees in your building." My hand shook as I hung up. I looked around the apartment. Empty. No one. I swallowed hard. He had left. Or had he? I checked the locks, the doors, the windows. Everything was intact. Nothing missing, or so it seemed. My pulse was racing. The rational part of my mind wanted to dismiss it. Maybe a new contractor? A neighbor's son playing a prank? But the way he moved, the way he had smiled, it wasn't a joke. I told myself to calm down, tried to resume my morning. But every noise, the hum of the refrigerator, the tick of the wall clock, felt amplified. Every shadow seemed to shift when I wasn't looking. Later, when I sat down to work, I noticed something odd. A small scratch on the floor near the meter. Not deep, but recent. My skin prickled. And then I saw it, a faint smudge on the counter, like someone had leaned there, careful not to leave fingerprints, or perhaps just clever enough to avoid them. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak, every sigh of the building felt intentional, deliberate, as though the apartment itself had been rearranged in subtle ways to remind me someone had been there. I checked the locks repeatedly. Each time, they were secure. Yet the unease gnawed at me relentlessly. The next morning, I found something new. A small slip of paper tucked under the kitchen door, handwritten. "Thank you for letting me in. You were very helpful." My stomach dropped. The handwriting was neat, meticulous, almost professional. But my name wasn't on it. No signature. Just a calm acknowledgement that he had been here. I called the utility company again. Same result. No scheduled inspections, no employees. Nothing. Over the next few days, I became obsessed with security. Cameras installed, locks reinforced, motion sensors everywhere. I checked every corner, every shadow. Every night, I double-checked the doors, every creak making me flinch. And yet, it continued. Small signs. A footprint in the bathroom tile I hadn't seen before. A pen shifted on the counter. A faint, lingering smell of cologne I didn't recognize. One evening, I returned home to find the front door unlocked. I was certain I had locked it. My chest seized. I entered cautiously, ready to flee. The apartment appeared normal. Empty. But then I heard a faint rustle in the kitchen. I raised my phone like a weapon. "Who's there?" I shouted. No answer. Just silence. I crept closer, breath shallow. And then, in the corner of the kitchen, near the pantry, I saw a shadow move. Swift, deliberate. And for a fraction of a second, I glimpsed him tall, uniformed, clipboard still in hand. His face was calm, expressionless. Before I could react, he disappeared, slipping behind the door frame like he had never been there at all. I called the police immediately. They came, searched, found nothing. No prints, no evidence, no clue of how someone could vanish from a locked apartment. I moved out the next day. Never returned. New city, new apartment, new locks. But I still see him in my mind sometimes, the polite smile, the cap shadowing his face, the clipboard tucked under his arm, standing quietly in my kitchen. And I know, wherever I go, he will always be a step ahead. Waiting. Patient. Professional. Because some visitors don't need a reason. They just enter. I left work late, the fluorescent lights flickering in the empty parking garage as I trudged toward my car. The day had been long: emails, meetings, deadlines, but I was looking forward to going home, making some instant noodles, and collapsing onto the couch. I unlocked the door, sliding into the driver's seat, and immediately noticed a damp, musty smell. At first, I thought it was just spilled water or condensation from a forgotten bottle. But when I glanced down, my stomach sank. The back seat floor mat was soaked. Dark, glistening patches on the fabric, like someone had poured water there recently. My hands trembled slightly as I ran a finger over the wet surface. It was cold, sticky even, and not quite water. I racked my brain. I hadn't been drinking anything in the car all day. I hadn't given anyone a ride. It hadn't rained in weeks. My pulse quickened. Shaking my head, I muttered, "Okay, maybe a leak?" I bent down, checking the doors, the windows, the trunk. Everything seemed sealed, dry. I touched the ceiling. Dry. The upholstery smelled faintly metallic. Blood? I recoiled. No! That had to be insane. I started the car, hoping the warmth might dry the mat or at least calm me down. I told myself I was overreacting. Maybe it was leftover from the last time I'd parked near the maintenance sink in the garage. Maybe it was nothing. The drive home was tense. Every red light felt like a trap. Every passing shadow in the rearview mirror made me jerk the steering wheel slightly. I kept glancing at the back seat, half expecting to see something. When I pulled into my driveway, I left the engine running, hands gripping the wheel. I told myself I was imagining things. Rational explanations. That's all it was. But then I noticed something else, small droplets, not just on the mat, but scattered across the back seat itself. As if someone had walked on it, leaving wet footprints. I froze. My hands shook so badly I couldn't grip the steering wheel properly. My pulse hammered in my ears. I told myself it was impossible. Nobody had keys. Nobody had entered my car. Slowly, I opened the passenger side door. The smell hit me again, stronger this time. Metallic, coppery. My eyes darted to the mat. The wetness had spread, pooling along the edges, forming irregular shapes, like someone had knelt there. I swallowed hard. I stepped out, circling the car. Nothing. No signs of forced entry. No footprints leading away. The garage was empty. Quiet. My rational mind scrambled. Maybe rodents? A pipe leak? My apartment maintenance team had a key. Maybe they had to access something in the garage. But then I noticed it, a single set of tiny scratches on the back passenger door handle. Not deep, but deliberate. Someone had tried to open it from the outside. My chest tightened. I climbed back into the car, fumbling for my phone. My hands shook so violently I almost dropped it. I debated calling the police, but what would I say? Someone left wet marks in my car. I would sound insane. I drove home slowly, every sound echoing in the car, every shadow in the rearview mirror making me flinch. At home, I parked in the garage, locked the door behind me, and slowly walked to the front door. I could feel my own heartbeat in my ears, loud, unrelenting. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the apartment, every sigh of the heater, made me jump. I kept imagining someone sitting in my back seat while I slept, watching, waiting. I told myself it was paranoia. Exhaustion. The next day, I returned to the car to inspect it further. The mat was dry now, but the outline of what had been what remained visible, almost like a stain burned into the fabric. I knelt down to examine it. That's when I noticed something small, tucked into the corner of the mat, a crumpled piece of paper. Hands trembling, I unfolded it. Written in careful, deliberate handwriting were two words. Nice car. My stomach turned. The handwriting wasn't familiar. It wasn't childish. It was deliberate, measured. Like someone had been observing me. I called the police this time. They came, dusted for prints, checked the doors and windows. Nothing. No fingerprints, no footprints, no sign of forced entry. But the sense of being watched didn't leave me. That night, I parked my car in a different lot, lights on, locked doors triple-checked. But as I slept, I kept hearing faint creaks outside. Sometimes, the sound of footsteps scraping across asphalt. Sometimes, the metallic scent in the air, almost like the back seat mat had been here, in my apartment, waiting for me. I left the city the next morning. Sold the car. Changed apartments. Changed routines. But the fear never fully went away. Every car I pass makes me glance at the back seat. Every dark parking garage makes my pulse spike. And sometimes, in quiet moments, I swear I can feel the weight of someone kneeling behind me, right where the wet mat had been. Waiting. Watching. Patient. Because someone had been there. And I had never seen him. I had always liked walking at night. The streets near my apartment were quiet after 11. Occasional streetlights flickered against cracked sidewalks, and the soft hiss of passing cars was the only interruption to the night's silence. Walking cleared my head, helped me think. I had no close friends nearby, no one waiting for me, just me and the night air, my own thoughts echoing off empty streets. It began subtly. At first, it was small things, the feeling of eyes on my back as I walked past my neighbor's apartment window, or a fleeting shadow at the corner of my vision. I'd pause, glance over my shoulder, and see nothing. Just my imagination, I told myself. That's all it was. But then, I started noticing patterns. Sometimes, when I returned from my walks, I would find my apartment door slightly ajar, never wide enough to trigger suspicion, just enough to make me hesitate, heart skipping. At first, I blamed my own absent-mindedness. Maybe I'd left it unlocked. But the unease grew. One rainy Thursday, I was trudging back from my usual route when I heard the familiar creak of my neighbor's door opening behind me. I stopped, pulling my hood over my head, and glanced back. Mr. Carroll, the man from 3B, was standing in the doorway, holding a small notebook close to his chest. He smiled, unnervingly, and waved. "Evening, Lena," he said. His voice was too soft, deliberate, calm. Too casual. I mumbled something in return and hurried inside. My hand shook as I locked the door. That night, sleep came only in fitful, shallow bursts. I tried to rationalize it. Mr. Carroll was an old man, retired, probably bored. Maybe he kept notes about the neighborhood. I forced myself to accept that explanation. But then the scratches began. I first saw them while I was tidying my apartment. On the edge of the hallway table, A piece of paper had been slid between the magazines I'd left there. I hadn't touched it. The page was from a small, spiral-bound notebook, inked in neat, looping handwriting. Left apartment 11:12 p.m. Wind from east. Rain falling. Gray hoodie. Shoes splashed in puddle. I froze. The description was too exact. It was me. My walk. Every detail of my route, my timing. My stomach twisted. For the next week, every night became an exercise in paranoia. I changed my route, doubled back, timed my departures differently. But each morning, the paper appeared, sometimes slipped under my door, sometimes on my kitchen counter. Every note chronicled my movements with unerring precision. The handwriting never changed, the observations growing more detailed, my pace, my mood, the way I clutched my bag. Once, it even noted, stops to tie shoe hurriedly, nervous glance behind. I couldn't ignore it any longer. I confronted him. I knocked on Mr. Tarot's door, my palms damp, my breath shallow. I know you've been leaving notes about me, I said. He opened the door slowly, as if expecting me, holding a steaming cup of tea. His smile was calm, soothing, unnervingly patient. I see you noticed, he said. I like to keep a journal. Why me? I demanded, my voice trembling. Why track my walks? My life? Because you fascinate me, he said simply. His eyes were sharp, too aware, watching me as if he could read my thoughts. I like to observe. People are interesting. I wanted to laugh, to call him insane, but the rational part of me floundered in the dark. His calmness, the way he stood there, made me want to retreat. Instead, I said, this has to stop. Leave me alone. He tilted his head, studying me. I can't. It's part of the pattern now. Part of the rhythm. You see, once you notice, once you react, that's when it becomes meaningful. I fled. Back to my apartment, heart hammering, shaking as I locked every door. I tried to sleep, tried to block it out, but I couldn't. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak in the floorboards became him. Then, the next night, I made a decision. I would walk, but I would confront the situation head on. I carried a flashlight, fully aware of the risk. As I stepped into the street, rain-slicked pavement under my boots, I noticed him waiting in the shadows near the corner. Notebook in hand. Calm, collected. Stop. I shouted. Leave me alone. He didn't flinch. Instead, he wrote something down in the notebook, slowly, deliberately, like I was part of some cruel experiment. Then he closed it, looked up, and spoke with a clarity that cut through the rain. You can't leave the pattern, Lena. It's too late. Something in his tone, the inevitability in his voice, made my chest tighten. My mind raced. I needed a way out. I turned and ran down the street, flashlight swinging wildly, heart hammering. I didn't look back until I reached the main road. And then I saw the car. Black, unmarked, headlights off, parked just ahead. The engine never started, yet it was there. Waiting. I ran past it, ignoring the sloshing puddles, ignoring the sense of him watching me. I didn't stop until I reached the police station. Breathless, soaked, shaking, I told them everything. They searched the neighborhood, combed through apartments, asked about black notebooks, dark cars. They found nothing. No car, no notebook, no evidence. Only my trembling testimony. I moved that week. I changed cities, changed jobs, deleted my usual walking routes from memory. I bought an apartment with no close neighbors, with security cameras I could monitor day and night. I tried to convince myself I was safe, that I had escaped. But sometimes, late at night, when the wind rattles the blinds and the street outside is empty, I swear I see a figure in the shadows. notebook in hand, waiting. Patient. Observing. I know he hasn't stopped. And somewhere, he's writing. Always writing. I had always relied on taxis when I needed to get around late at night. My own car had been in the shop for repairs, and the streets of the city had a way of turning unfamiliar once the sun went down. That Thursday evening, I called one from my phone outside the office building, expecting the ride to be routine. The driver arrived promptly, a nondescript man with a pale face, thinning hair, and eyes that lingered too long on me as I slid into the back seat. I told him my address, and he nodded once, muttering under his breath something I didn't catch. The ride started normally enough. The cab smelled faintly of air freshener and cigarette smoke, a scent that made my stomach tighten for reasons I didn't understand. The streets were wet from earlier rain, neon signs reflecting in puddles, the hum of the city distant behind the shield of the car. I leaned back, tired, scrolling through my phone, occasionally glancing up to watch the rain smear the city lights. Then, after 20 minutes, I realized something was wrong. We weren't on the usual route. We'd taken several turns I didn't recognize. "Are you sure this is the right address?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. He didn't answer. Not immediately. I turned to look at him. In the rearview mirror, his face was calm, expressionless, but his eyes were sharp, almost calculating. "Yeah," he said finally, his voice low and deliberate. "This is it." I checked my phone again. The GPS said otherwise. We were 3 blocks past my building, in a part of the city I had never seen at night. I suggested he turn back. He shook his head slowly, his knuckles tightening on the steering wheel. "Don't worry," he said. "We're almost there." I laughed nervously, trying to dismiss the unease rising in my chest. Maybe I had misread the numbers, maybe the street names had changed. But instinct nodded me. Something was off. When he finally stopped, I recognized the area instantly, or rather, I didn't. It was an abandoned stretch of warehouses and boarded-up storefronts. The air smelled damp and sour, with a faint hint of decay. I opened the door to get out, intending to insist on walking the remaining distance. He grabbed my arm firmly, his grip like iron. "You're not leaving," he said. I jerked back, heart hammering. "Excuse me?" "You heard me," he said, voice calm, almost conversational. "Sit back down. It's safer this way." I laughed, more out of panic than amusement. "Safer? You drove me to the wrong place." "That's irrelevant," he said. He leaned closer, the faint smell of alcohol and cigarette smoke mixing in a way that made my stomach churn. "You're here now. And now, you stay." I struggled, yanking my arm free, but his hands were too strong, too deliberate. I tried the door again. It wouldn't budge. He had locked it electronically, I realized with a cold jolt. My phone was on the seat beside me, but when I reached for it, he pressed his hand down, stilling mine. "You can call for help later," he said, his tone casual. "But right now, it's just you and me." My mind raced. Rational explanations fled as fear clawed at my chest. Maybe he had misheard my address, I thought desperately. Maybe he was just eccentric, paranoid. But deep down, I knew better. Something inside me screamed that this was deliberate. The interior of the cab seemed smaller suddenly, shadows thickening against the dim glow of the dashboard lights. I could hear the faint hum of the engine, the ticking of the heater, the scratch of his pen against a notebook as he wrote something. I froze. He was recording everything, my reactions, my attempts to escape, the panic in my voice. I tried to reason with him. "I don't understand why you're doing this. You could get in trouble." He shook his head, smiling slightly, a twitch in the corner of his mouth. "I don't think about trouble. I think about patterns." "Patterns?" My voice trembled. "Yes," he said, leaning back, crossing his arms. People leave patterns behind, and I just observe. You made it easy tonight. You left a trail, you came alone, you reacted exactly as expected. I couldn't breathe. Every nerve screamed to run, to scream, to fight, but I was trapped. Minutes dragged like hours. I kept my hands visible, speaking in measured tones, trying to buy time, trying to keep him from getting more involved. The notebook never left his lap. His pen moved steadily, writing down my every flinch, every glance at the door handle. Then he said, casually, "It's funny. Most people panic and lash out. But you're thoughtful. You're perfect for this little experiment." I don't know what came over me. Adrenaline, terror, some last spark of instinct. I saw my chance when he leaned forward slightly to write another line. I shoved the seat back with all my weight, grabbing the notebook in a desperate lunge. He cursed, grabbed my arm, and we struggled. I bit him, hard. He recoiled, momentarily stunned. I slammed the car into gear, yanking at the door again. It finally gave. Rain drenched me instantly as I flung myself out, skidding on the wet asphalt. I didn't stop running, didn't look back, just ran until I reached a gas station, pounding on the door, screaming for help. The attendant let me in. I called the police, shivering, soaked, trembling. They took my statement, drove me back to the area, but the cab was gone. No sign of him, no sign of the car. Just the notebook, soaked and torn where I had thrown it aside in the rain. I never used a taxi again at night. I moved cities, changed numbers, and never looked back. But sometimes, when I'm alone and hear the faint hum of an engine outside my window, I remember the grip of his hands, the steady scratch of his pen, and the calm certainty in his voice. You're here now. And now, you stay. I escaped that night, but I will never forget the way he had studied me like prey, like a puzzle completed. And somewhere, I know, he is still observing. Always observing. It was a Tuesday evening when the package arrived. I had been expecting a delivery from an online retailer, a few office supplies and some books, but nothing could have prepared me for what I found. The knock at the door had been soft, almost hesitant. I had been working late, the hum of my laptop and the faint drip of my kitchen tap the only sounds. I opened the door to find a plain cardboard box, taped neatly, no return address, no label except my name written in familiar handwriting. My name. I brought it inside, set it on the counter, and stared at it. My hands were unsteady. Part of me wanted to leave it there, unopened, but curiosity, or something darker, pushed me forward. I cut the tape with my scissors, peeling the flaps back slowly. Inside, cushioned by crumpled brown paper, was my old diary. The leather cover was scratched in the way only mine could be, the faint smell of ink and paper unmistakable. My heart skipped. I hadn't kept that diary in years. It had been in a locked drawer in my bedroom. I was certain of it. I had never shared it, never left it unattended. I picked it up, fingers trembling, flipping through the pages. The entries were my own, from years ago, mundane observations, personal thoughts, half-finished musings. Everything familiar. But then I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There were new entries, written in my handwriting, describing things from today. Things only I would know. She's alone in the apartment, working late. The kitchen light hums. She notices the package. Her hands shake. I froze, a knot tightening in my stomach. I hadn't written that. I hadn't even seen the diary in years, let alone today. My apartment felt suddenly smaller, the air heavier. I checked the windows, the locks, everything was normal. Nothing out of place. Rationally, I told myself someone had broken in, copied my handwriting, and returned it. But that explanation felt hollow. Too deliberate. Too intimate. I set the diary down and called my best friend. "Look, I know this sounds insane," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, but my old diary, it's back. And there are entries in it from today. Someone's in my apartment. Maybe it's a prank, my friend said. Are you sure you didn't leave it out? I know. I locked it away. Always. My voice shook. The line went silent for a moment. Listen, maybe just stay calm, she said finally. Lock your doors. Don't touch anything else. I hung up and did as she said. I checked the locks again, pulled the curtains tight, double-checked the door. Nothing. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Hours passed. I tried to work, tried to convince myself it was just a coincidence. But every noise, the hum of the fridge, the soft creak of the floorboards, the distant rumble of traffic made my heart leap. I kept glancing at the diary on the counter. Every time I did, it felt different. Alive. Around midnight, I heard it, a faint scratching, coming from the living room. Not the floor, not the walls, but something subtle, deliberate, like a pen across paper. My blood ran cold. I wasn't imagining it. I grabbed a flashlight and edged toward the living room. The diary was open on the counter, pages fluttering as if caught in a gentle breeze. But there was no breeze. Then I saw it. A new entry had appeared. The handwriting was mine. She moves toward the living room. Heart pounding. Fear tangible. She doesn't see me. I stumbled back, flashlight shaking. My rational mind screamed, impossible, impossible, but my eyes betrayed me. There were no cameras, no signs of entry, and yet the diary wrote itself. I ran to the bedroom, slammed the door, locked it, and grabbed my phone. I tried calling the police, but the line was dead. Not just the phone, my internet, my landline, all silent. The apartment felt suffocating, the shadows in the corners longer, darker. I could hear it, the scratching, the whisper of turning pages, almost like breathing. I realized then that this was no prank, no coincidence. Whoever or whatever was doing this was inside my apartment, or perhaps inside my mind. My diary had always been a private space, a reflection of myself. Now it was a window, and someone or something was watching through it. I knew I couldn't stay. I grabbed my coat, the flashlight, and the diary, and tried the front door. It wouldn't open. I pulled, shoved, rattled the handle. Locked. I tried the windows. Locked. Every exit was sealed. Panic surged. I ran to the living room, banging on the walls, screaming, my voice swallowed by the oppressive silence. And then I saw it in the flashlight beam, my own reflection, standing in the hallway. But it wasn't me. The eyes were darker, older, patient. The smile was not mine. Behind it, the diary floated, pages flipping rapidly, stopping on a new entry. She sees me now. She understands too late. She's part of it. Forever. I screamed. Tried to run. The reflection moved with me, impossible, fluid, always just a step behind. The apartment's shadows thickened, pressing in. I felt myself dragged backward, falling into darkness. The last thing I remembered was the scratch of pen on paper, writing my own final words as they appeared on the page. The next morning, the courier found the apartment empty. The door locked from the inside. On the kitchen counter, the diary lay open, blank pages slowly turning in the breeze from the cracked window. My name was written on the cover. No other trace remained. It started innocently enough, the sort of thing I could have easily brushed off. I had a habit of taking photos throughout my day. My phone was cluttered with snapshots of coffee cups, street corners, colleagues laughing at their desks. Nothing extraordinary. But one evening, as I scrolled through the pictures I'd taken that day, I noticed him. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light. A stranger passing by in the background, captured in a random moment. But when I zoomed in, the same man appeared again, this time sitting on a bench in the park I had photographed during lunch. He was tall, thin, wearing a dark coat and a fedora that shadowed his face. His features were indistinct, but there was a familiarity in the way he stood, rigid and alert. I shrugged. Coincidence. There are plenty of people in the city. I scrolled further. By dinner, I had taken a photo of my meal, a poorly plated pasta from the small Italian place near my apartment. In the blurred background, just beyond the table where the waiter carried a tray of drinks, he stood again. Same posture, same hat. I froze. I flipped back through every photo I had taken that day. Morning coffee, the train platform, a street corner I'd passed twice, he was in every single one. Always somewhere in the background, always unnoticed, watching. I felt a cold prickle along my spine, my stomach turning. Rationally, I tried to reason it out. Maybe I had seen him somewhere before and my brain was playing tricks, filling in blanks. Maybe he was just a coincidence. A street performer, a passerby, someone who happened to wander through the frame each time. But the feeling in my gut told me it wasn't coincidence. I stopped taking photos the next day. I tried to ignore him, to go about my normal routine, but my paranoia grew. Every reflection in a shop window, every shadow moving across the sidewalk, I thought I saw him. The way people turned their heads in passing, sometimes I swore he was there, watching. By midweek, the dread had started to seep into every corner of my life. I noticed it first on my commute. On the train, I caught a glimpse of someone sitting across the carriage, head tilted, hat low, and my stomach knotted. When I looked again, the seat was empty. I told myself I was imagining things. That my obsession with the photos had twisted reality. But the photos hadn't lied. And the photos didn't care about rational explanations. That evening, I broke my usual routine and went for a long walk to clear my head. The streets were quiet, lit only by the orange glow of streetlights reflecting off wet asphalt. I kept my phone out, despite myself, checking every angle, every shadow. I saw nothing. For once, the city seemed empty. Relief washed over me, and I allowed myself a shaky smile. Until I turned a corner. There he was, standing under the flickering neon sign of a closed grocery store. Same coat, same hat. He didn't move. Didn't acknowledge me. Just stood there, waiting. I froze. My rational mind screamed to run, to call the police, to do anything, but I couldn't tear my gaze away. I turned and walked briskly, trying to convince myself he wouldn't follow. I ducked into side streets, ran down alleys, my heartbeat hammering in my ears. Every time I looked over my shoulder, I saw him or thought I saw him in every doorway, under every shadow. By the time I reached my apartment, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely unlock the door. I slammed it behind me, double-locked it, and collapsed against it, gasping. I tried to call a friend, anyone, but my phone battery had died. I hadn't even noticed. I sat in the dark for hours, listening. Every distant siren, every car passing, every creak in the building made me flinch. I kept picturing him in every photograph I'd ever taken, imagining him standing just out of frame, patient, waiting. Sleep eventually came, but in fragments. I dreamed of him constantly. Standing at the edge of my bed, just beyond the circle of my dim bedside lamp, never speaking, never moving, just watching. The next morning, I forced myself to take photos again, trying to confront whatever this was. I photographed the living room, the hallway, my kitchen. My hands shook as I scrolled through them. And there he was. On my couch, sitting stiffly, hands on his knees, staring at the camera. My apartment had been empty all night. The doors locked. The windows were latched. And yet, he was there. I realized then that I wasn't imagining it. Rational thought failed me. The dread in my chest, The sick feeling in my gut, all of it confirmed what I had feared. He had been there, somehow, inside my life, inside my home, in every photograph I had taken. Always watching. Always present. I didn't leave my apartment for 3 days. I stopped taking photos. I covered the windows, locked the doors, tried to pretend he didn't exist. But when I woke on the 4th morning, my phone was on the kitchen counter. I hadn't touched it. The first photo on it was new. Me, sitting at the kitchen table. And behind me, in the blurred background, standing in the corner of the room, hat low, coat stiff and perfect, he smiled. I packed a bag immediately, took the subway, drove hours out of the city. I changed my apartment, my routine, my phone number. I tried to convince myself that distance would break the pattern, that I could escape this man who had embedded himself in every photograph, every memory, every corner of my daily life. Weeks later, I dared to look at my old photos again, just to reassure myself. At first, they seemed normal. Ordinary snapshots of coffee cups, streets, friends. And then, on the last photo of the set, taken months ago at my birthday party, I froze. He was there. Standing behind me, smiling. I had never felt uneasy in my own apartment. The small 2-bedroom unit wasn't particularly fancy, but it was mine. I lived alone, though I often hosted friends and family in the guest bedroom, which I kept tidy but largely unused. I liked routine, work, dinner, a little reading before bed. Life had a comforting predictability until the night it shattered. I returned home from an unusually late shift at the office, tired and carrying the faint scent of coffee and paper. My apartment building was quiet, the hallway lights flickering softly above me as I made my way to my door. I fished my keys from my bag, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. At first, nothing seemed wrong. The apartment smelled faintly of my jasmine air freshener. The lights were off, as they always were when I left in the morning. I set my bag on the kitchen counter, removed my coat, and headed toward the living room. And then I saw the door to the guest bedroom, slightly ajar. My stomach sank. I don't know why I hadn't locked it most of the time I left it open. But tonight, something about the angle of the door felt wrong, off. I paused, listening. The softest, barely perceptible breathing reached my ears. I pushed the door open slowly. There, on the bed, a man lay sleeping. He was tall and thin, dressed in casual clothes that looked vaguely familiar but not like anything I owned. The blankets were pulled up to his chest. His face was calm, almost serene. My first instinct was disbelief. I rubbed my eyes, stepped closer, and no, he hadn't moved. He was real. I wanted to scream, but my throat tightened. My rational mind fought for control. Maybe a friend had dropped by, maybe it was some kind of prank. But no one would dare, certainly not without knocking, certainly not while I was gone. "Excuse me," I whispered, my voice barely audible. His eyes snapped open. Dark, alert, unblinking. He didn't smile, didn't apologize, didn't seem startled. He just stared. "You're home early," he said casually, as though he had been expecting me. My heart raced. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" He tilted his head, watching me carefully. "I live here now," he said. His voice was calm, matter-of-fact, and for some reason, that made my skin crawl more than shouting or anger would have. I think you're mistaken. This is my apartment." "No mistake," he said. He swung his legs off the bed and stood slowly. He was taller than me by a head, his movements deliberate and slow. "I just like it here. Feels comfortable." I backed away toward the door. My fingers fumbled for the lock. "I'm calling the police," I said, trying to sound braver than I felt. He laughed softly, a low sound that made my chest tighten. "Do what you want. But you won't leave, not tonight." Panic hit me then, sharp and cold. I scanned the room for anything I could use: keys, a book, a lamp, but he stepped toward me before I could act. There was something about the way he moved, unhurried, confident, that made my mind freeze in a fog of terror. I ran, slamming the door behind me and locking it. The bedroom door shivered as he leaned against it. I could hear his breathing, calm and controlled, through the thin wood. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed my phone, and dialed 911. My hands were shaking, my fingers slick with sweat. 911, what's your emergency? There's a man, he's in my apartment, I stammered. He's in the guest bedroom, he won't leave. The operator told me to stay calm, stay on the line, and wait for the police. I tried to follow instructions, but my mind was a whirlwind. I could hear faint footsteps now, moving deliberately around the apartment. He wasn't rushing, he was exploring, as though the space belonged to him. I ran to the bedroom door and pressed my ear against it. I could hear him whispering my name. My name. Not shouting, not demanding, just murmuring it over and over, soft and deliberate. I know you're there, I said into the phone, voice trembling. He's talking to me. I can hear him whispering. There was a pause on the line. Then, stay calm. Police are on their way. I backed into the living room and tried to calm my shaking hands. I kept glancing toward the bedroom, half expecting him to suddenly appear behind the door. The minutes dragged on. Every sound in the apartment felt amplified: the hum of the fridge, the distant traffic outside, the soft creak of the floor under some weight I couldn't see. Then came the knock at the front door. Not the usual tap of a visitor, but a slow, deliberate rap, heavy, rhythmic. My stomach sank. The operator's voice in my ear was distant, fading, as if I were underwater. I peeked through the peephole. A uniformed officer. Relief surged, and I unlocked the door, waving them in. We searched the apartment together. Every closet, every corner, every room, but there was no one. The guest bedroom was empty. The bed had been slept in, the blankets rumpled, but there was no sign of him. No footprints, no fingerprints, no indication he had ever been there. The officer looked at me with polite concern. Maybe you were mistaken, he said. Tired, stressed. It happens. I nodded, but deep down, I knew the truth. He had been there. He had moved freely in my space, observed me, and vanished as easily as he had appeared. I couldn't explain it. And the memory of his calm, unblinking eyes, the way he whispered my name, would haunt me forever. I moved apartments the next week, changed locks, installed cameras, even stayed elsewhere for a few nights. The footage showed nothing unusual. But sometimes, late at night, when the apartment is quiet and the shadows stretch long across the walls, I swear I hear soft breathing coming from the guest bedroom. And I know that if I ever open the door, he might still be there, waiting. It was an ordinary Monday morning when I first noticed something was off. I sat at my desk in the corner cubicle of my office, sipping lukewarm coffee, scrolling through emails and trying to ignore the dull hum of fluorescent lights overhead. My job wasn't particularly exciting, but it was steady until that morning, when the first subtle disturbance hit. I tried to log into the company database to check a report, only to find that my password no longer worked. Strange, I thought. Maybe I mistyped. I typed it again. Still nothing. At first, I blamed myself. I had changed it recently, yes, but I was careful. I double-checked every combination I could think of. Nothing. Panic began to rise. I called IT. Hello, this is IT support, a cheerful voice said. How can I help you today? I can't log in, I stammered. My password isn't working. I'm sure it's correct. Let's check your account. A pause. Your password was changed 30 minutes ago. 30 minutes ago? I asked, heart sinking. That's not possible. I was in a meeting at that time. Another pause. Then, the request came through as a verified call from your number. I felt my stomach tighten. What do you mean, my number? It appears someone called us from your line and verified themselves as you. All your passwords were reset. Email, server access, your personal drives, everything. Security flagged it, but we had no reason to doubt the verification. I swallowed hard, trying to steady my racing mind. My phone sat on the desk, innocuous, just a black rectangle. My own hands had never left it that morning. Can you trace the call? I asked, my voice trembling. They can, but well, they came from your extension. A VoIP spoof. The logs confirm it was routed through your own number. Whoever did this knew exactly how to do it. I thanked them and hung up, but relief was impossible. Every instinct screamed that this was deliberate. Someone had infiltrated my life in a way I couldn't see or touch. The day passed in a fog of dread. I logged every transaction, every login attempt, every odd email. By the time I left the office, the sun had long since dipped below the horizon, and the streets were quiet and damp from a late afternoon drizzle. At home, the feeling intensified. My laptop was deadlocked, all my accounts inaccessible. My phone rang, no number displayed. I let it go to voicemail, shaking. The first message was just static. The second, a few minutes later, a soft, almost casual voice. Hello. Did you like the surprise? I dropped the phone, heart hammering. The voice wasn't mine, but it knew me too well. It knew how I worked, how I logged in, how I accessed files. I stared at the ceiling, trying to rationalize hacking, identity theft, some elaborate prank. But even the most skilled prankster wouldn't have known my office line, my home Wi-Fi, and my personal passwords. Sleep was impossible. Every creak in the apartment, every distant siren, every car door slamming made me jump. My mind circled obsessively. How had they done it? Who had access to the perfect combination of personal and professional data to spoof me so convincingly? The next morning, I tried to reset the passwords again, only to find that new passwords wouldn't stick. Every account, every portal, locked tight, as though anticipating my attempt. Then my email pinged a new message, unread, subject line blank. I hesitated, hand trembling, before opening it. It contained only 3 lines. You're aware now. That was easy. Next time, it might be more personal. I felt my stomach drop. My apartment felt smaller, the walls closer. I tried to call IT again, but the line was dead. My phone showed no signal. Over the next 2 days, I noticed subtle signs of intrusion. Files on my work laptop appeared duplicated on cloud storage I hadn't set up. My social media accounts posted strange, cryptic messages, things I had never written. And then, more unsettlingly, small personal effects at home had been moved. My keys on the counter, my wallet slightly off-center, the chair I always left by the window now angled toward the door. I became obsessed with surveillance. Cameras, motion detectors, alarms. I changed my locks, my passwords, my email addresses. But each time I thought I had secured something, I would discover a new breach. The pattern was relentless, intimate. One evening, as I worked late, a knock came at the door. I froze. No one should be here. I called out, voice shaking, but there was no answer. Then a slip of paper fluttered under the door. I picked it up, hands trembling. Written in my own handwriting, unmistakable. Don't bother hiding. We see everything. I bolted to my car, drove without direction for hours, calling friends, relatives, anyone I could think of. But my phones, my emails, my accounts all compromised, all monitored. Whoever had done this didn't need to chase me. They were already inside everything I used, everywhere I went. I spent days in motels, constantly moving, always checking for cameras, listening for strange sounds. Each night, the soft ping of an email would make me jump. I knew it was them. Always them. Eventually, I realized I couldn't escape. I couldn't trust doors, phones, or even the internet. Whoever had infiltrated my life had done so with precision and patience. There was no pursuing them, they were already inside. And I had no choice but to accept it. The last night I spent in the motel, I received one final message, sent to every platform I owned simultaneously. No sender, no traceable IP. You're aware. That was all the warning you get. I shut down my devices. All of them. I left my credit cards, my ID, even my clothes behind. I walked out into the dark, empty streets, abandoning the life I had once known. I have no accounts now, no online presence, no tether to the modern world. And yet, I know that somewhere, somehow, they are still watching. Always watching. I survived, yes, but not unscathed. And I will never be alone again. It started with small annoyances, the kind you tell yourself are just part of city living. I noticed it one morning when I retrieved the mail and found the envelopes scattered across the floor. Bills, letters, advertisements, all jumbled as though someone had rifled through them. At first, I assumed the wind, or maybe a careless postal worker. But it became a pattern. Every morning for a week, the same scene greeted me, mail strewn across the stoop, some items missing entirely. I began arriving earlier, checking the mailbox before work. Always locked, always seemingly intact. Yet every time, by nightfall, it was disturbed again. I installed a new lock, a heavy-duty steel one with a combination and reinforced hinges. I even marked the contents with discreet, tiny symbols only I would recognize. That night, I went to bed reassured, thinking the problem solved. The next morning, I found the mailbox open. The lock itself had been forced with delicate precision, no scratches, no signs of brute force. Only my markings had been tampered with, altered ever so slightly. My heart thudded, and a cold dread settled in my stomach. This was no random vandalism. I tried rational explanations, maybe a neighbor with a key, someone from the postal service taking advantage of the new installation. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it was personal. My mail contained nothing particularly valuable, nothing worth the obsessive attention. And yet, it was as if someone were reading it, savoring the small invasion. I began leaving for work with unease in my chest, noticing every shadow, every passerby lingering just a moment too long. The streets felt narrower, the city darker than usual. Every time I glanced back at the mailbox, I imagined hands rifling through its contents, unseen eyes watching. One evening, I stayed late to finish a report. The office was quiet, deserted, but my unease had grown so sharp that even the hum of the fluorescent lights felt oppressive. I checked my phone compulsively, imagining notifications alerting someone to my movements. And then, a text appeared, no number, just words. "We've been reading." I dropped the phone. My breath caught. I knew immediately it was no coincidence. No one else could know the mailbox, my schedule, or my markings. Someone had been inside my life for days, perhaps longer. I called the police the next morning, explaining the situation. They listened politely, taking notes, but I could sense their skepticism. Mail tampering wasn't treated as high priority unless it escalated. Still, they agreed to keep an eye on the area. For a while, I tried to maintain normalcy. I changed the lock again, left for work later, retrieved my mail in increments. But the feeling of being watched never left. I began checking the mailbox multiple times a day, my hands shaking as I handled the envelopes, my eyes scanning the street for movement. Then it escalated. One night, returning from the grocery store, I noticed the mailbox door slightly ajar again. My new lock was untouched. Confused and furious, I crouched to inspect it, and that's when I saw the faint scratch marks along the interior edge, not deep, but deliberate, like fingernails or a thin tool used to manipulate the locking mechanism from the inside. My stomach churned. I locked the door, took the mail inside, and refused to leave the apartment for the rest of the night. Every shadow in the hallway seemed alive. Every noise, the faintest scuff on the stairs, the soft rustle of leaves outside the window, made me flinch. I felt trapped in my own home, a prisoner of anticipation and paranoia. The following week, I left for work earlier than usual. My neighbor, Mrs. Kaplan from 2 doors down, was watering her plants. I asked her if she'd seen anything unusual. She shook her head, eyes wide. "No," she said. "But there's been a man, sometimes, I think. Late at night. He lingers by your building." I thought he was harmless, maybe just waiting for a cab. My heart dropped. "A man?" "Yes," she said. "Always wearing a dark jacket. Never stays long. But I see him sometimes." I thanked her and went inside, a knot of terror tightening in my chest. Whoever this was, he knew my schedule. He watched. He waited. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every creak, every distant footstep felt amplified. I kept a baseball bat by my bed, a flashlight in hand, ears straining. Around 2 in the morning, a faint click reached me from the window above the mailbox outside. My pulse surged. I grabbed my coat and flashlight, creeping down the stairs, trying to keep calm. The street was empty. Rain-slicked asphalt reflected the dim glow of streetlights. I crouched near the mailbox, shining my beam into the shadows. Nothing. But the door of the mailbox was open. I reached inside and froze. A small piece of paper rested at the bottom. I unfolded it, hands trembling. Written in the familiar, precise handwriting of someone who had been observing me for weeks. "We know everything now. Always." I backed away, realizing the truth. This wasn't random, it wasn't a prank. It was calculated. Someone had studied me, my routines, my movements, for days, weeks, maybe months. And I had been helpless. I didn't wait another second. I ran back inside, packed essentials into a backpack, and drove to a motel on the outskirts of the city. Every streetlight, every shadow on the road made me glance over my shoulder. My mailbox, my home, had become a beacon for someone's obsession. The next morning, I called the police again, this time filing for a restraining order and providing all the evidence, the repeated tampering, the notes, the witness report. They promised patrols. I left town, renting a small apartment far away, with no mailbox in plain sight. Weeks later, I still jump at small noises, check locks obsessively, and avoid leaving anything unattended. I survived, yes, but the mailbox had marked the beginning of my life under scrutiny. Someone had chosen me, had entered my private world, and while I escaped their direct grasp, the awareness that they could return never left. I am safe for now. But I know they watched, and they could watch again. And that knowledge is a constant weight, heavier than any lock could ever be. I was running errands on a Saturday afternoon, the fluorescent lights of the supermarket buzzing above me and the scent of baked bread mingling with the faint tang of cleaning chemicals. The store was sparsely populated, a handful of shoppers wandering the aisles with distracted expressions. I'd always found grocery shopping a comforting, mundane routine, something normal to hold onto in a week that had been otherwise tense and chaotic. I was pushing my cart down the cereal aisle when I first noticed him. He was standing halfway down the aisle, leaning casually against the shelving, hands in his pockets. At first, I assumed he was just another shopper idling while his partner or child took forever in another aisle. But as I passed, I caught a glimpse of his eyes. Dark, sharp, almost too focused. "Excuse me," he said, voice smooth but edged with something that made the hairs on my neck stand up. "I need to talk to you." I froze, glancing around for a store employee, a familiar face, anyone who might explain this intrusion into my ordinary day. The aisle was empty except for us. What?" I asked, forcing casual uncertainty into my voice. He stepped closer. Not aggressively, but with a deliberate, predatory patience. About your life. It's important. A laugh bubbled up in my throat that I couldn't swallow. I wanted to think this was some kind of joke, some poorly executed prank. My heart was already hammering against my ribcage, chest tightening. I think you have the wrong person, I said, trying to sidestep around him. He mirrored my movement effortlessly, staying directly in my path. No, you're the one. His tone had shifted slightly, becoming more insistent. You can't ignore this. I need to talk to you. About everything. Your choices, your mistakes, everything that matters. I backed up, trying to keep a stack of cereal boxes between us. My hand shook as I gripped my cart. I don't know you, I said. Please, just leave me alone. But he didn't move back. Instead, he tilted his head, like he was studying me, measuring my fear. I know you, he said softly. I've been paying attention. I've always noticed. And now it's time we talked. I glanced around again. There was no one to call for help. The store's cameras, the employees, the other shoppers, all absent. I felt a rising tide of panic, the walls of the aisle closing in. I could hear my own breath, sharp and panicked, echoing faintly off the shelves. I tried a rational explanation. Maybe he was delusional, mentally ill, harmless but confused. But rational thought did nothing to calm the growing dread in my stomach, a twisting, icy knot that had lodged itself there the moment he cornered me. I thought about retreating toward the end of the aisle, toward the produce section where there were usually more people. But he anticipated me, stepping to block my path. No, he said, almost tenderly, you need to listen first. My mind raced. Fight or flight? Flight seemed obvious. But there was nowhere to go without him intercepting me. My hands gripped the handle of the cart so hard my knuckles whitened. I don't understand, I said, hoping to buy time, to keep him talking while I plotted an escape. That's the thing, he said. You don't. But you will. And if you walk away now, if you try to leave, you'll regret it. I promise you that. He leaned closer, and the smell hit me, cologne, faint but sharp, and underneath it something colder, more metallic, almost like iron. I gagged slightly, stepping back, but there was no room left in the aisle to maneuver. Then, a voice from the end of the aisle. Excuse me, sir, is everything okay? He froze, turning his head slowly. It was a stock clerk, carrying a box of cans, oblivious to the tension radiating from the stranger. I saw my opportunity and bolted. I shoved the cart ahead of me and sprinted past him, ignoring the collision with a display of cereal boxes that toppled to the floor in a crash of cardboard and plastic. He didn't follow. Not immediately. I glanced back over my shoulder as I rounded the corner into the wider main aisle. He was standing there, hands in his pockets, watching me with that same calm, deliberate intensity. I didn't dare slow down, didn't dare look away until I reached the front of the store, where the automatic doors opened onto the bright sunlight outside. The relief hit me like a wave, but it was fragile, brittle. I paused on the sidewalk, heart hammering, breathing ragged. I scanned the parking lot. No sign of him. Had he simply stayed inside, waiting for someone else? Or had he followed me out, concealed in plain sight? The thought twisted my stomach. I didn't drive home. I didn't go anywhere familiar. I walked to a cafe several blocks away, my phone clutched in my hand, calling a friend and finally, shakily, describing what had happened. They reassured me, said I was probably safe, that the man was likely harmless, or at worst, a transient or mentally unstable individual. But I didn't feel reassured. Not for a second. That night, I double-checked the locks on my apartment, installed extra lighting, even set up a camera by the front door. I replayed the events over and over in my mind. Everything about him, the calmness, the insistence, the knowledge of me without ever having introduced himself, felt wrong. Unnatural. Days passed. I avoided the store, took different routes, stayed in public spaces with crowds. But the memory of his eyes, the slow, deliberate way he cornered me, lingered like a shadow in my chest. I knew, in a way I couldn't rationally explain, that the danger hadn't passed. That he had chosen me, observed me, and could return at any moment. I started sleeping with the lights on, leaving a chair by the door as if someone might appear, listening to every creak and distant sound. Paranoia clawed at the edges of my mind, but the fear was rational. He had proven that. He had found me in a place I assumed was ordinary, mundane, safe. And for that, the world felt permanently altered. Weeks later, I returned to the store. The aisles were as bright, as bland, as they had always been. And yet, every shadow, every reflected light off the polished linoleum, made my skin crawl. I shopped quickly, eyes darting, heart racing. When I finally reached the cereal aisle, I paused, half expecting to see him standing there, calm, patient, waiting to talk about my life. He wasn't there. For now. But I know he could be. And I know that one day, he will be. I had lived in the apartment for nearly 2 years and had always considered it ordinary, even comforting. The building was old but maintained, with the sort of creaks and hums that reminded me I wasn't alone in a good way. Neighbors above and below, the faint buzz of pipes, the distant roar of traffic. Nothing in the place had ever seemed sinister. Until that night. It began as a subtle annoyance. I was reading in bed, the soft yellow lamp casting a circle of light over my notebook, when I first heard it, a faint, almost inaudible whisper. At first, I thought it was my imagination, the natural hum of the apartment twisting into something unnatural. I paused, straining to hear. The whispering stopped. I shook my head and laughed nervously, convincing myself it was just the building settling, a draft in the old ventilation. I fell asleep, and the next morning I dismissed it entirely. Life carried on: coffee, emails, the usual clatter of city life outside my window. But that night, it returned. A quiet, sibilant murmur drifting through the fence above the bedroom door. Words I couldn't quite catch, but the cadence was deliberate, almost taunting. I sat upright in bed, heart hammering. My first thought was rational. The vent covers rattle sometimes when the building's heating system kicks in. But this was different. It had pattern, intention, and almost sentient quality. I held my breath and listened. The whispering faded when I pressed my ear to the vent, then returned in a low, deliberate hiss. Awake, finally awake. My stomach twisted. I leapt to my feet, fumbling for the light switch. The room was exactly as I had left it. Nothing moved, nothing seemed amiss. Rationality fought panic, but I felt a creeping dread threading through my veins. I checked the doors, locked. Windows latched. Nothing could have been in here, and yet, someone, something, was speaking to me. I called my friend Sam, whispering into the phone like I was admitting a secret crime. "I think there's someone in the fence," I said. He laughed, dismissive. "Fence? Dude, it's probably just air, or rodents." I knew better. The next few nights were torturous. I kept a notebook by the bed, scribbling the words I thought I heard. Watching, always watching, and don't move, don't sleep. I would lie frozen, listening as the fence carried a low, deliberate hiss, twisting around corners and into the other rooms, impossible to trace. The whispers became more coherent, more directed. Bedroom, light, eyes. I tried rational explanations. Perhaps it was a prank, someone had a way of piping sound into the vents. But my building was old, the ductwork was rigid metal, and access points were sparse. Whoever it was would have had to know the exact layout, my routine, my habits. Every solution felt more implausible than the last. Then came the first direct message. I was reading on the couch, lights dimmed, when a whisper drifted clearly from the vent nearest the living room. Leave the light. Or I will. I froze, every muscle taut. My rational mind screamed coincidence, auditory pareidolia, stress. My instinct screamed terror. I bolted from the apartment, keys in hand, and paced the street below, trembling. I called the police, but they laughed it off. Impossible to trace, they said, probably a mechanical fault. I tried to convince myself they were right. I tried to sleep in a friend's apartment, but even there, the whispering haunted my dreams, echoing in imagined vents, reaching me no matter how far I fled. 2 weeks passed in a haze of exhaustion and terror. I rarely left the apartment, kept lights on constantly, and monitored every sound, every shadow. I started recording audio at night, hoping to catch evidence. On the third night, I played back the tape and froze. I see you, under the lamp, your eyes wide. Not static. Not interference. Words, clear and deliberate, forming in the very duct above my head. I considered leaving permanently, abandoning the apartment entirely. But the whispers followed me, never in person, never seen, but always there, drifting through vents, seeping through the cracks in my life. Every place I slept, I imagined metal ducts above me, tarrying voices, tarrying intent. The final night arrived, the culmination of weeks of terror. I had locked every door, taped every vent cover I could reach, and sat in the middle of the living room, lights blazing. The whispering started as usual, soft, teasing, deliberate, but then escalated, sharp and urgent. You can't hide, not tonight. The vents shuddered. Dust fell. I felt the cold rush of air, sudden and unnatural. The whispering became a cacophony, layering voices in all directions. Panic overtook me. I ran for the door, yanking it open, only to hear a voice directly above me, impossibly close, yet the vent was sealed. Finally. I screamed, bolting down the stairs, out into the street, collapsing on the sidewalk in the neon glow of the streetlights. The building loomed behind me, windows dark, but alive. I never looked back. I stayed in a motel that night, unable to sleep, convinced the whispering would find me. By morning, I had made a decision. I packed essentials, sold most of my belongings, and left the city entirely. Every few nights, I checked the ducts in my new apartment, imagining the whispers behind them. But they don't come. Not here. Not yet. I survived, yes. But the knowledge remains, a constant, gnawing awareness. Somewhere, in the old building I left behind, something is still waiting. Something that had learned my life, my habits, my fear. And I know one day, it will speak to me again. It started small, almost imperceptibly, like the first hint of a headache you try to ignore. I parked my car outside my apartment building as usual, a nondescript sedan that had never caused me any trouble. On that Monday morning, I noticed it, a thin, jagged scratch across the passenger door. I froze, staring at it. My stomach tightened, but I convinced myself it must have been some careless neighbor or a shopping cart. I ran my fingers over the damage. Sharp, deliberate. Not accidental. I took pictures, filed a report with the building management, and told myself it was an isolated incident. Life continued: work, dinner, the mundane routines I relied on. The next night, I parked in the same spot. By morning, another scratch, this time along the rear fender. Deeper. Longer. Someone was marking the car, and I realized, with a sinking feeling, that I was the target. I scoured the lot, searching for footprints, tire marks, anything that might give me a clue. There was nothing. No one had been there. No cameras captured the lot, and no witnesses came forward. The scratches appeared as if by magic, an invisible hand etching messages I couldn't read yet. I tried rational explanations. Maybe a neighbor with a grudge. Perhaps someone from work, someone who had overheard me complain about the parking situation. But nothing fit. No disputes, no angry notes, nothing. And still, The scratches continued every night, in new places, the pattern growing more deliberate. I installed motion-sensitive lights around the parking area and even added a small camera, though the footage captured nothing unusual. No shadows, no figures, no signs of intrusion. Yet, the car was scratched every single night. My anxiety grew. I began arriving home earlier, circling the lot before pulling in, flashlight in hand, eyes darting for movement. I even slept with the living room blinds open, convinced that if I saw someone lurking, I could finally confront them. But I never did. And then, last Tuesday, I came home to find something different. The scratches had formed letters along the side of my car. I see you. My hand shook as I traced the jagged etchings with my fingers, the metal cold and rough under my skin. A chill ran down my spine. Someone was communicating, taunting me, watching me in ways I couldn't perceive. I tried ignoring it. I told myself the scratches were random, meaningless. But the dread in my chest refused to lie. Every evening, I left for work with a pit in my stomach, feeling the weight of unseen eyes on my back. Every time I parked, every time I locked the car, I imagined that figure watching, waiting. By Friday, I had begun sleeping fitfully, waking at odd hours, imagining the sound of someone crouched by my car, scraping metal into metal. My friend suggested paranoia, insomnia, stress, but deep down, I knew it was real. I could feel the intention behind each line, each slash. Saturday was worse. I parked a block away, leaving the car in a different spot entirely. When I returned hours later, there it was, exactly as I had left it, yet scratched again, this time across the hood, the words unmistakable, looking. I called the police, and for the first time, they took me seriously. Officers arrived, examining the car, the lot, interviewing neighbors. They left with vague reassurances. "We'll patrol the area," one officer said. But even as they walked away, I could feel the inevitability, a cold certainty settling in my gut. Someone or something was targeting me. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in my apartment, staring through the window at the lot, the car gleaming faintly under the streetlights. Every shadow looked like movement. Every gust of wind against the siding sounded like footsteps. Then I heard it, the faintest scrape, metal against metal, unmistakable. My pulse spiked. I threw on my coat and ran downstairs, flashlight shaking in my hand. The lot was empty. No one there. But as I rounded the corner, I saw it, my car. The scratches were new, deep, covering the entire side in jagged, intersecting lines, almost like claws. My stomach churned. And then I noticed the words, "Tonight." Panic overtook me. I ran back inside, locked every door, and sat in the living room, trembling. The air felt thick, oppressive. I felt eyes on me, the kind of gaze that doesn't move, that waits patiently for you to realize your helplessness. I considered leaving, running far away, abandoning everything. But something deep in me knew that even if I did, the figure would find me, continuing the torment. I couldn't sleep. At some point in the night, I heard a subtle shift, a scraping just outside the window nearest the car. My heart leapt. I grabbed a kitchen knife, pressing my back against the door, listening. The sound stopped. Silence, except for the low hum of the streetlights. Morning arrived, but it brought no relief. I went to the window and stared down at the car. Nothing. No scratches. For a moment, relief flared, but it was fragile. Because I knew they hadn't stopped. They had simply paused, waiting for the moment I would feel safest. I didn't drive the car that day. I parked it in a different lot, far from the building. I stayed inside, blinds drawn, lights on, constantly listening. That evening, I noticed it, a faint, jagged mark etched into the concrete near the curb. It wasn't deep, but it formed a letter, C. I understood then. This was no prank, no random vandalism. This was obsession. A patient, deliberate, impossibly persistent intrusion into my life. And I knew with a cold certainty that it would not end. I sold the car the next day. I changed parking spots, streets, even neighborhoods. I moved far from the old apartment, leaving everything behind. And yet, as I unpacked in the new place, I felt a shiver of recognition in the quiet hum of the city, in the unbroken silence of the street outside. I had survived. I had escaped the scratches, the nightly torment. But I knew it was only temporary. Because someone or something had learned me. They knew how to reach me. And I understood now, with a clarity that chilled me to the bone, it wasn't the car that was targeted. It was me. And no lock, no distance, no change of address would ever stop it. It began like a minor annoyance, something I could easily dismiss. I was settling into my apartment one Thursday evening, the hum of the radiator filling the small space and the aroma of takeout still lingering from dinner. I noticed the envelope first, a crisp white envelope, neatly slipped under my door. Odd, I thought. Perhaps mail from a neighbor, misdelivered. I picked it up, turned it over, and froze. My name was printed on it, along with my address, but the return section bore no stamp, no return address. Curiosity won over caution. I opened it. Inside were my bank statements. Every transaction from the past 3 months, in painstaking detail. My heart thumped. I lived alone. I hadn't shared these documents with anyone. How had they gotten this information? I convinced myself it was a mistake, perhaps a misdelivery from the building management, though the precision of the contents made that improbable. I called the management office. No, the receptionist said cheerfully, we haven't sent any statements. You're the only resident with this request on file. I tried to shrug it off. Maybe a courier error, some banking glitch. Rationality, I told myself, had to prevail. I filed the envelope with the others I had tossed aside in a drawer, telling myself it was harmless. But the next night, there was another envelope. This time, it wasn't just statements, it was a single sheet marked in red ink, highlighting the dates I had withdrawn cash, noting payments I had made for groceries, utilities, even small Amazon purchases. My fingers trembled as I flipped through the sheet. Someone knew everything. I checked my locks, triple-checked every bolt, and installed a small peephole camera in the hallway. I left my apartment doors ajar with a friend monitoring remotely, thinking if anyone slipped something under my door again, I might catch them. I didn't catch anyone. The following week, the envelopes arrived nightly. Each one more invasive than the last, photocopies of credit card receipts, mortgage statements, even a bank transfer confirmation I had considered private. My unease escalated into terror. Someone was inside my life, inside my finances, inside my private world. I began seeing them everywhere, or imagining I did. A shadow in the hallway outside my apartment, a movement just at the edge of my vision. Every delivery person, every neighbor in the corridor, felt like a potential threat. Rational explanations fought the panic, maybe a courier mix-up, maybe an overzealous bank employee. But the details, the highlighted transactions, the notes pointed toward intent, not accident. One night, I stayed awake, determined to catch whoever was responsible. The envelope slipped under the door at exactly 2:17 a.m. I heard the faintest rustle, a deliberate scraping that vibrated through the floor. I grabbed a flashlight and a baseball bat, creeping to the door. I saw nothing. No one. But the envelope lay there, pristine, as if untouched by human hands, yet somehow placed with a precision that defied explanation. I shook, a cold sweat coating my skin, realizing I could no longer deny it. This was personal. Someone knew me. They knew the rhythm of my nights, the sound of my sleep. I called the bank, the police, even cybersecurity specialists. All told me the same thing, it was impossible. The data shouldn't have been accessible. The envelopes shouldn't have been delivered without anyone seeing them. And yet, they were. Night after night, arriving as predictably as the ticking of a clock. Paranoia consumed me. I began checking every inch of my apartment, vents, crevices, cracks under doors. I slept with lights on, doors locked, and windows sealed. Every sound, the faintest creak of a floorboard, a distant thump from the hallway, made my heart leap. I felt like prey, trapped in my own home. Then, one night, it escalated. I returned from work late, exhausted, and found the envelope waiting not under my door, but on my kitchen counter. My hand shook as I picked it up. Inside was a note, written in the same precise red ink as before. "We know where you keep your keys." I bolted to the hallway mirror, checking for forced entry, but everything was untouched. My blood ran cold. They weren't just observing, they had been inside. They had known me, studied me, and now they were crossing the threshold. I packed essentials that night, leaving everything else behind. I called a friend to pick me up, and together we drove away, far from the building, far from the city. Every envelope, every sheet of statements, every mark in red ink burned into my memory. Weeks later, I received one final envelope, sent to my new apartment. I hesitated before opening it. Inside was a single phrase. This was just the beginning. I burned it immediately, knowing rationality had no place here. I changed my accounts, my addresses, my routines. I moved again to a place where no one could find me, or at least where I hoped they couldn't. I survived. I escaped the nightly invasion of my private life. But the knowledge lingers, heavy in my chest, a constant shadow. Someone had studied me, learned me, and for reasons I cannot comprehend, had chosen to torment me. And deep down, I know they are still out there, waiting, patient and precise, ready to resume the game whenever they see fit. Even now, months later, I check under my door before sleeping, just in case. Because I know they could return. And if they do, I might not survive. It was an ordinary Thursday evening. The kind that feels unremarkable until you look back and realize it was the pivot point of everything. I had just finished dinner and was walking home from the corner store, the city streets alive with the distant hum of traffic and the occasional bark of a dog. I had my usual scarf wrapped around my neck, the coat I always wore, gloves tucked into my pockets. Nothing about the evening suggested the nightmare that would unfold. As I turned onto my street, my eyes caught a figure coming toward me. At first, I didn't register it fully. The dim glow of the streetlights made strangers blurry and indistinct. But then I stopped dead in my tracks. It was a man. Or, at least, it appeared to be a man. He walked slowly, deliberately, down the sidewalk, and my stomach knotted. Not because he was threatening at first glance, he seemed calm, but because he was wearing my coat, my scarf, my gloves, my shoes. Every detail matched exactly, as if I were staring into a dark, living mirror. "Excuse me," he called, his voice unnervingly familiar. "Hey, I'm you." My mind snapped into disbelief, trying to rationalize the impossible. Perhaps it was a prank, someone who knew me too well, wearing my old clothes he had lifted from my apartment or laundry. But the way he moved, the inflection in his voice, it wasn't imitation. It was me. What? My voice trembled, and I stepped back, uncertain whether to run or confront him. He smiled, just enough to make it horrifyingly human, horrifyingly familiar. "I've been living your life. Your routines, your habits. I'm you. Or at least, I'm going to be." I laughed nervously, a hollow, unconvincing sound. "You're joking. This is a joke." "It's not," he said simply. He lifted his hands, showing my gloves, the small ring I always wore. "Everything I need to be you, I already have. And soon, everything else will follow." My mind raced. Could this be some elaborate prank? Could someone have broken into my apartment, studied me, collected my clothing and personal items? But no, this was different. His posture, His expressions, they were not mimicry. They were identical to mine. Too identical. I turned and started to back away. What do you want? He stepped closer, and the air seemed to constrict around me, the street suddenly narrower, the streetlights dimmer. I just want what's mine, he said. My life. Which, as you know, is the one you've been living. I ran. Not in a panicked sprint, but with a careful, trembling desperation, circling back streets, looking for safety. I ducked into a convenience store, breath heaving, praying he hadn't followed. But when I glanced at the window, there he was, across the street, calm, walking in my direction. My shoes, my scarf, even my posture, every detail identical. I called the police, voice cracking. There's someone impersonating me, wearing my clothes. The dispatcher listened, skepticism clear. Sir, can you describe him? I swallowed, tears stinging my eyes. He looks exactly like me. There was a pause. Sir, are you sure you're not, confused? I hung up. That call did nothing but amplify the terror gnawing at my chest. Every reflective surface now became a trap. Windows, puddles, mirrors, I could see him there, stalking me from a distance, anticipating my movements with uncanny precision. The following days became a nightmare of paranoia. I avoided my usual routes, changed my routines, stayed indoors longer. But no matter what I did, I felt him. Somewhere. Watching, waiting, learning. I would catch glimpses in the distance, my coat, my scarf, my shoes moving in the wrong place at the wrong time. And always, that voice in the back of my mind, whispering, soon, everything will be mine. One night, desperation pushed me to confront him. I tracked him to an empty parking lot, my own coat clinging around me, gloves tied against my fingers. He was waiting, leaning against a car, hands in pockets, calm as if he'd been expecting me. You shouldn't have come here, he said, stepping forward. The words were mine. Every movement was mine. I stumbled back, my mind screaming for rational explanations, for any loophole in reality. Who are you? I demanded, my voice echoing in the lot. I am you, he said simply. And now it's your turn to understand. Before I could react, he moved with impossible speed, pressing me against the hood of the car. My thoughts raced, trying to grasp the impossible. Then a sudden struggle, my hands clawing at his chest, his grip unrelenting. Panic, suffocating and overwhelming, filled my senses. I don't remember how I got free. Somehow, I broke away, ran screaming into the night, adrenaline and terror fueling my escape. I didn't stop until I reached a friend's apartment several blocks away, gasping for air, soaked with sweat, my heart hammering in my ears. Days later, I returned cautiously to the area. The man was gone. My clothes, my posture, my reflection, mine again. But the memory lingered, heavy and suffocating. I changed my wardrobe, altered my routines, moved apartments, changed jobs. I thought I had escaped. And yet, sometimes, when I pass a reflective surface, a window, a mirror, I swear I see him there, just behind me, stepping into my life with all the same deliberate, horrifying familiarity. And I know, deep in my chest, that if he ever chooses, he will return. I survived that night, yes. But some part of me knows that survival is temporary, and that one day, he might not let go. Because he is me. I had always liked my apartment building. Quiet, unassuming, with narrow halls and high ceilings that gave it a slightly old-world charm. It was the kind of place where neighbors barely knew each other, where doors stayed closed and everyone kept to themselves. I liked that. Privacy was a comfort I didn't take lightly. It started innocuously. I noticed small items missing, nothing valuable, just everyday objects. A box of tea, a pair of reading glasses I'd left on the kitchen counter, my favorite mug. I assumed a neighbor had borrowed them, perhaps thinking I wouldn't notice. I didn't make a fuss. I put it down to forgetfulness and the quirks of communal living. Then the notes began. Small, folded pieces of paper left under my door or slipped between the mail slots. The first one was almost polite, written in neat, careful handwriting. "Thanks for letting me borrow the tea. I'll return it, soon." I laughed uneasily. Polite, maybe even considerate, if a little unusual. I made a mental note to be more careful with my belongings. By the second week, the borrowing became more deliberate, more frequent. A stack of DVDs I'd left on the shelf disappeared, a sweater from my coat rack gone. But this time, the notes changed in tone. "I hope you don't mind me borrowing this. It would be terrible if anything happened to it." I froze when I read it. Something in the phrasing, the way the words hovered on the edge of menace, set my nerves on edge. My rational mind scrambled for explanations, perhaps a misguided joke, a prank among neighbors. But the unease settled in, stubborn and invasive. I installed a small security camera by the hallway door, thinking I could catch whoever it was. The footage was never clear, always blurred in the moments that mattered most, someone slipping down the hall, an indistinct shadow moving with calculated patience. No faces, no identification, just a feeling that someone had perfect knowledge of my routines. Then came the escalation. One morning, I found my keys missing. Not a borrowed book or a mug, my keys. The note left in their place chilled me to the bone. "I have what I need. Don't try to find me." I couldn't laugh it off anymore. My hands shook as I read the words over and over. It wasn't just borrowing. It was surveillance, and I was the subject of an experiment I hadn't agreed to. My apartment, my life, even my comings and goings, all observed, all catalogued. I confronted the neighbor once. I caught him near the laundry room, carrying one of my sweaters over his arm. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "These are mine. You can't just take them." He smiled, calm, almost gentle. "I'm sorry," he said, "but you don't understand. I only take what you allow. You wouldn't want anything bad to happen, would you?" I swallowed hard. The smile didn't reach his eyes. Something about the way he said it, the casual threat beneath the civility, made my stomach twist. I nodded, trying not to betray my fear, and walked away. The pattern continued. Every borrowed item was accompanied by a note, and each note edged closer to outright menace. "I hope you're careful when you sleep tonight. It would be a shame if someone misplaced your mail. You're lucky I'm considerate." I began to lose sleep, lying awake in the dark, listening to the faint creaks of the old building. Every sound, the scratch of a shoe on the hallway floor, the hum of the radiator, felt deliberate, purposeful. I checked the locks obsessively, rearranged my furniture to block sight lines, even considered moving entirely. But part of me knew it wouldn't matter. He was already inside my life, embedded in a way I couldn't escape. One night, the final straw came. I returned home from work to find my front door ajar. Panic gripped me. I had double-checked the locks before leaving. Inside, the apartment was undisturbed, almost impossibly so. Nothing stolen, nothing moved. And yet, on my kitchen counter lay a note, stark and unadorned. "You can't hide from me. Not anymore." I backed away, hands trembling. The rational part of my mind screamed that someone had been inside, waiting, testing me. My heart pounded as I scanned every shadow, every corner, every inch of my apartment. The silence was suffocating. I called the police, who arrived and found no signs of forced entry, nothing to suggest a crime had occurred. Their skepticism only amplified my terror. I knew then that no amount of locks, alarms, or vigilance could protect me. He had found a way into my world that no law, no technology, could undo. I didn't sleep that night. I packed a bag with essentials, money, documents, and fled to a hotel several blocks away. I didn't dare return to the apartment. Every hour felt like he was nearby, watching, waiting for the moment I thought I was safe. I stayed in hotels for weeks, moving from one to another, changing my routines, leaving false traces, hoping to outrun the pervasive dread. Eventually, I found a new apartment, far from the old building, far from the neighbor who had invaded my life. Months later, I received one last note, slipped under my new door. I didn't open it. I didn't need to. I could already feel its weight, the same careful, invasive precision that had haunted me for months. I survived, yes. I escaped the immediate danger. But I know he's still out there, patient and deliberate. And somewhere, he's waiting for the right moment to remind me that my life is never truly my own. Even now, I check every lock, every corner, every shadow. And I know he could be back. It started innocuously enough. I had just finished a late shift at the office and was walking home along the familiar streets I had traversed 100 times before. The night was quiet, almost serene. Streetlights stretched along the sidewalk, casting long, narrow shadows that stretched into the darkness. The rhythm of my own footsteps felt comforting, familiar, safe. I first noticed him 3 blocks from my apartment. At first, I thought it was coincidence, a figure in the distance, perhaps another late worker like me. But as I neared the corner, he adjusted his pace to match mine. A man from work, I realized. Mark, from IT. Casual, friendly, the type who liked to joke about work tasks. Walking the same way home, he had said with a laugh once, months ago, and I had taken it at face value. I paused outside a convenience store, pretending to fumble in my bag. The figure paused as well, lingering a few meters behind me. My chest tightened. I told myself it was nothing, that he must live nearby. Rational explanations, he's a neighbor, he's being polite, screeched against a growing sense of unease curling in my stomach. By the following week, it became a pattern. Every evening, Mark would exit the building at roughly the same time as me. Even if I left early or late, he was there, matching my pace, adjusting his route to mine. It started subtly, a glance from a window, a reflection in a shop front. I convinced myself I was imagining it. I wanted to be rational. But one night, it escalated. I took a different route, winding through a dimly lit alley to avoid him. My heart raced with each step. I heard the faint echo of footsteps behind me, careful, measured. When I glanced back, there he was, walking as though it were natural, as though he had always belonged there, right behind me. I tried to laugh it off the next day at work. "Hey, Mark, do you always walk home at the same time as me?" I asked, keeping my tone light. He smiled, too wide, too knowing. "I guess we just like the same lounge." Comforting, isn't it? There was no humor in his eyes. Only something deliberate, something observing. Over the next few days, anxiety gnawed at me. I began varying my schedule, leaving earlier, leaving later, taking long detours, even cabbing partway home. But no matter what I did, I sensed him. Sometimes a shadow in the distance, sometimes a fleeting reflection in a storefront window. Always there. Always following. Always patient. I tried to tell myself rational explanations. Maybe I was paranoid. Maybe coincidences do happen. But the pattern was too precise, too personal. I knew things about my movements that no stranger could. He had observed, studied, adapted. Every day my nerves frayed, my sleep shortened. One night, I decided to confront him directly. I turned on a narrow side street, forcing him to come closer, to acknowledge me. He matched my turn, almost perfectly. My voice shook as I spoke. "Why are you following me?" He tilted his head, expression unreadable. "Following," he repeated softly. "I'm just walking the same way." But there was no denial in his eyes. Only intent. Only patience. The calm in his posture made my blood run cold. I hurried my pace. He mirrored me, step for step. Panic set in. I tried calling a friend, dialing frantically, but my hands trembled. He didn't answer the phone, he didn't need to. He was already there, walking as though it were preordained. The final escalation happened on a rainy Thursday. I took the long route home through the park, hoping the weather would deter him. But he was there, emerging from the shadows of the trees, coat pulled tight, hair plastered to his forehead, stride matching mine exactly. I sprinted. He ran too, not fast, but deliberately, ensuring he never lost me. I stumbled onto the main road, the slick asphalt threatening to throw me down. Cars whizzed past, blinding headlights. I dared to look back. He had paused at the tree line, watching me. Not chasing, not calling, just watching. And I realized then, with a cold clarity, that this was no simple following. He wanted to know everything. My habits, my fears, my rhythm of life. He wanted control. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in my apartment, doors locked, windows sealed, lights blazing. Every shadow, every small sound, a cough, the wind against the blinds felt like him, measuring, waiting. I imagined his patience, the slow accumulation of knowledge about me, and I shivered. I reported him to the police. They listened politely, jotted notes, and assured me they'd keep an eye out. But there were no cameras on my route, no evidence, no witnesses. He was invisible in every way that mattered, except in the undeniable terror he inflicted. Weeks later, I moved apartments, choosing a location miles from the old building. I changed my routines, avoided familiar streets, altered my schedule. For a while, I thought I had escaped. Until last night. I was walking home along an unfamiliar street, dark and empty, when I heard footsteps behind me. Measured. Deliberate. I stopped. The footsteps stopped. I turned. Mark was there. Or rather, a man who looked exactly like him. Matching my pace. Matching my stride. Matching my existence. And in that moment, I understood I could run, I could hide, I could change everything, but some people are patient enough to wait for you to return to the same rhythm. To the same life. I survived that night. I escaped, temporarily, by ducking into a cab, changing streets, weaving through the city like a ghost. But I know now that this is not over. He will always follow, always observe, always wait. And one day, patience will win. Because he knows me. He knows how I move. And he is willing to wait. I had just stepped outside for my morning coffee, the city streets still damp with dew, when my phone buzzed in my pocket. I pulled it out, expecting a notification from work or a text from my sister, but the screen showed an unfamiliar number. Hello? I answered cautiously. Good morning, said a calm, neutral voice. It wasn't menacing at first, just too precise. I see you're leaving the house. I froze. My hand tightened around the phone. Who is this? No need to panic, the voice continued. I just wanted to say hello. I know your schedule, you see. Every time you step out, I know. I laughed nervously. Okay, that's funny. Very funny. No joke, the voice replied evenly. You left 5 minutes ago. You took the left route. You always do. My chest tightened. 5 minutes ago? I hadn't even moved my car yet. I looked around, but the street was quiet. Just the faint hum of early traffic and a few pedestrians scattered along the sidewalk. Listen, you don't know me, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Stop calling me. A pause. Then, I know more than you think. I see when you leave, when you return. I see it all. It's remarkable how predictable you are. I hung up, heart hammering. Rational explanations flashed through my mind, maybe a telemarketer with some hacked data, maybe a coincidence. But the specificity of it, the tone of calm observation, was wrong. Wrong in a way that made my skin crawl. The day passed slowly. I checked the locks, the doors, even my windows. Nothing. Yet every movement I made, every step outside, felt exposed. And then the calls continued, sometimes once a day, sometimes twice, always precisely when I left the apartment. I tried changing my routine. Instead of leaving at 8 a.m., I left at 7:45, walked different streets, even took public transport instead of my usual route. But the calls found me. Every time. Always the same calm voice, always the same observation. Left 5 minutes ago. Taking the right turn this time. Excellent choice. Sleep became impossible. I lay awake in the dark, imagining the figure tracking me, noting every step, every turn. Every sound, the distant creak of a radiator, the rustle of wind against the blinds made me jump. I checked the security cameras in the building lobby. Nothing unusual, nothing to explain the calls. I told a friend, showing them the call logs. They laughed uneasily. Maybe it's a prank, they said. But it wasn't a prank. The voice didn't falter, didn't joke. It was a presence, cold and deliberate. I could feel it watching, waiting for me to make a misstep. A week later, I got home late from work, drenched from a sudden rainstorm. My apartment was dark, empty. I set my keys down and noticed the phone blinking. A message this time, texted instead of called. You left at 6:03 p.m. Nice umbrella choice. It suits you. I dropped the phone. My heart thudded so hard I thought the walls might echo it back. How could anyone know that? I hadn't shown the umbrella to anyone, hadn't mentioned it online. My routines, my possessions, my movements all monitored. I considered moving, but where could I go? Everywhere I went, the calls could follow. My apartment, my streets, my workplace, they all fed the same pattern, and he or she had learned it. There was no escaping. Then, one night, the calls escalated. I left my apartment for a late walk to clear my mind, deliberately taking a circuitous route through empty streets. I felt the phone vibrate and reluctantly answered. I see you, the voice said softly. You're on the bridge. 10 minutes until you return home. Good choice. I stopped. The bridge was empty, silent except for the distant hum of the river beneath it. My hands shook. How do you know that? I whispered. Because I'm always watching, the voice replied. Calm, precise, utterly certain. And soon, you will understand. Panic surged. I broke into a run. The streets twisted before me, shadows clinging to the corners of buildings, alleys too dark to see. Every step I took, every turn I made, I imagined him or tracking, knowing, anticipating. My phone vibrated again, the same message, this time closer. 10 minutes now. Home is where you'll see me. I ran the rest of the way, lungs burning, adrenaline pumping. I reached my apartment and slammed the door, bolting every lock. My hands trembled as I leaned against it, listening to the silence. But I knew it wasn't silence. It was waiting. Patient. Observant. That night, I didn't sleep. I didn't dare. Every shadow, every creak, every faint noise felt like an intrusion, a prelude to what was coming. I realized with a chilling clarity that this wasn't just about calls or observation. This was about control. About knowledge that I could not escape. The next morning, I moved. Bags packed, valuables in hand, I left the apartment building I had called home for years. I changed my phone number, my route, even my workplace. I fled the city, staying in hotels, taking flights, trying to outrun the inevitable. Weeks later, I checked my messages. One notification, timestamped exactly when I had left my hotel that morning. You left at 9:17 a.m. Good choice. I see you. I dropped the phone, my body rigid with fear. I had survived, yes. I had escaped that apartment, that city, that street. But the voice, patient, meticulous, and utterly certain, was still out there. Still tracking me. Still waiting. I know now that no matter where I go, no matter how far, the pattern will continue. The observer never sleeps, never falters, never forgets. And one day, if I am careless, I will see the reason why. Because someone or something already knows everything about me. And it will not let me go. It began on an ordinary Sunday morning. I woke to the smell of rain lingering in the air, the soft tap of droplets against the window, and the hum of my old refrigerator in the kitchen. The apartment was quiet, almost too quiet, and I poured myself a cup of coffee, appreciating the stillness. It was the kind of morning where nothing seemed out of place. I slipped into my slippers and padded into the living room, only to freeze mid-step. On the hardwood floor, just in front of the sofa, were footprints. Small, wet, muddy prints that weren't mine. My heart skipped a beat. I lived alone. I hadn't let anyone in for days. I crouched to inspect them, the smell of damp earth faint but unmistakable. They started at the front door, stretched across the hall, and ended abruptly near the kitchen. I felt a cold rush of disbelief. Maybe I had forgotten something, a delivery person, a maintenance worker. But no one had keys, and nothing in my apartment had been moved. Everything was in place, pristine as I had left it the night before. I cleaned the prints, mopping the floor carefully, telling myself I was overreacting. My imagination, fueled by too many late-night crime documentaries, had probably conjured the scenario. Rational explanations exist, I told myself firmly. That evening, I returned from work to find them again. Same pattern, footprints across the living room, ending near my bedroom door. They were faint, but unmistakable. I knelt, examining them under the harsh glare of the overhead light. They were slightly larger than my own, the toes pointed differently, the arch unmistakably foreign. I checked the locks. Deadbolts secured. Windows latched. No signs of forced entry. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone, scrolling through my contacts. Should I call the police? But what could I say? Someone left footprints in my apartment? It sounded insane. Sleep became impossible. That night, I lay in bed, listening to the creaks and groans of the apartment, every sound amplified, every shadow sinister. At one point, I thought I heard the soft scuff of shoes across the floor, slow, deliberate. I froze, breath shallow. Maybe it was the building settling. Maybe it was nothing. But the next morning, more prints. They were closer to my bed this time, faint smudges of mud that hadn't been there the night before. I snapped a photo and showed it to a friend. Maybe it's a prank, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. I wanted to believe him, but the creeping dread in my chest wouldn't allow it. I installed cameras in the living room and hallway, positioned to catch anyone entering. I double-checked the locks every night, leaving nothing unsecured. But the prints kept appearing, even on nights when I stayed home, awake, vigilant. I reviewed the footage obsessively, heart pounding each time I played it, but there was nothing. No intruder, no shadow, no hint of someone entering or leaving. I began to feel trapped, suffocated by the certainty that I was being watched, that someone or something had found a way inside without entering. I started rearranging furniture, blocking sight lines, leaving lights on constantly. Still, each morning brought new prints, always appearing closer to me, closer to where I slept. One night, I woke to the faint smell of damp earth again. I froze, listening. A soft, deliberate scuff echoed across the floor. My heart thudded in my ears. I turned on the flashlight, sweeping it across the room. Nothing moved. No one. But when I looked at the floor, I saw them. Footprints, starting at the bedroom door, leading straight to my bed. They ended there. I backed away slowly, realizing with a cold certainty that someone had been right there, watching me sleep. My phone clattered to the floor, and I didn't dare pick it up. My mind raced for explanations: air duct intruder, trick of the light, sleepwalking. None of them made sense. None could account for the evidence before me. The next day, I decided to leave. Bags packed, I called a friend to take me in temporarily. But before I could step outside, I saw them again, fresh prints leading from the front door to the living room. I froze. The realization hit me: it didn't matter that I left. The prints were already here, waiting for me to return. I fled anyway, the sound of my own footsteps echoing as I slammed the door behind me. I didn't look back until I was blocks away. When I did, the door to my apartment was slightly ajar, as if inviting me back. Weeks later, I returned with a locksmith and the police. The apartment was sealed, nothing disturbed. And yet, as I inspected the floor one last time, I saw them. Faint, wet, muddy prints leading from the door to my bedroom. I couldn't explain them. The officers shook their heads, muttering about residual moisture, poor cleaning habits. But I knew. I moved out the next day. Far away. New apartment, new city, new life. I tried to convince myself it was over. But in quiet moments, when the lights are low and the floorboards creak, I still imagine them, footprints appearing, leading inexorably toward where I sleep. I survived, yes. I escaped the immediate threat. But some part of me knows the truth. Whatever it was that left those prints inside my apartment doesn't need doors. It doesn't need windows. And it is patient. Waiting. Because it already knows where I am. And it will follow. I had always prided myself on being meticulous. My apartment was orderly, almost sterile in its cleanliness. Living alone suited me. I liked the quiet, the predictability, the absolute control over my space. I never locked doors against strangers because there were none. My building was old, yes, but the neighbors were distant and courteous. Nothing had ever gone missing. Nothing had ever seemed out of place. Until that night. It started small, almost innocuously. I woke in the middle of the night to a faint scuffing sound, a soft brushing against the hardwood outside my bedroom. I chalked it up to the old building settling, the floors expanding in the humidity. I drifted back to sleep, comforting myself with the familiar hum of the refrigerator and the distant, muffled sounds of the street. When I woke in the morning, I noticed something odd. A pair of shoes, plain, black sneakers, sat neatly outside my bedroom door. I live alone. I know my own shoes. These weren't mine. My stomach tightened as I stared at them. Perhaps a delivery? A misplaced package? I opened the door and checked the apartment. Everything was in place. Nothing else seemed disturbed. Shaking, I assumed it was a prank, maybe a leftover from a neighbor's child. I slipped the shoes into my closet, determined to ignore it. That night, the sound returned. Soft, deliberate, like someone pacing just beyond the bedroom wall. I stayed awake, listening, every nerve screaming, but I told myself it was imagination. Old buildings creak. Floors settle. That's all. The following morning, the shoes were back. Same pair. Same spot. I froze, staring at them as if they could explain themselves. I had double-checked every lock, every window. No one had a key. No one had been inside. I felt my pulse spike, a cold awareness crawling up my spine. Rational explanations faltered under the weight of undeniable fact. Someone had been inside. I called the building manager, asked about maintenance schedules, keys, and access. Everything was locked down, nothing unusual reported. Maybe a prank, he said. But the tone of his voice offered no comfort. I began staying up later, monitoring every sound, every shadow. It escalated. Each night, the shoes appeared in different spots outside my door, closer, angled slightly as if someone had paused to watch me sleep. I stopped sleeping in my bed, shifting to the couch, but the shoes would find the new vantage. The sound of soft footsteps accompanied them now. Not hurried, not clumsy. Deliberate. Patient. I began to check every crevice, every vent, every lock, feeling ridiculous but powerless. I couldn't see anyone, yet the evidence was undeniable. I installed a small camera pointed at my bedroom door, hoping to catch an intruder. The first night, nothing. The shoes appeared, perfectly positioned outside the door, but no one was caught on tape. The camera didn't lie. And yet, there they were. I became obsessive. Every night, I left the lights on, locked every door twice, even taped the bottom of my bedroom door to the floor. I slept lightly, heart hammering with every whisper of air. I couldn't eat, couldn't focus. Even in the kitchen, I felt watched. The apartment that had once been my sanctuary became a cage. Then, the notes began. Small scraps of paper tucked under the shoes. I see you. You can't hide. It's so quiet when you're asleep. I like that. I stopped leaving the apartment during the day, stopped calling friends, stopped trusting my own senses. Every scuff, every shadow, every sound in the apartment became a warning. My sanity felt fragile. One night, I heard breathing. Not muffled, not distant, but deliberate, measured. I froze in the dark, staring at the bedroom door. The shoes were there again, closer than ever, positioned as if someone had stood in my doorway, listening. I crept toward them, every nerve alight. The air was cold, stagnant, heavy. I grabbed the shoes, intending to throw them out, but as I lifted them, I felt it, something behind me, a presence so close I could feel the heat, the weight, the deliberate patience. My body went rigid. I spun around. Nothing. Shadows clung to the corners of the room, indifferent. Yet I knew I was not alone. I realized then the truth. The shoes were not just evidence. They were markers, reminders that I had no control, that my space, my sanctuary, was already breached. Whoever or whatever had been here was patient, careful, and utterly certain. I could run, but it would follow. Every routine, every habit, every moment of solitude was catalogued, watched. I moved the next morning. Packed my bags, left the city, changed my number, my routines, my life. I thought it would end. I thought I could escape. But when I arrived at my new apartment, exhausted and paranoid, I stepped inside, and there, waiting by the bedroom door, were the shoes. I screamed. I ran. I haven't returned. I haven't slept properly in weeks. I know they're patient. I know they watch. And I know that someday I will have to face them. Because they know me. And wherever I go, the shoes will follow. It started like any other Monday. The office building hummed with activity as I entered, briefcase in hand, jacket slightly damp from the morning drizzle. The lobby smelled faintly of coffee and disinfectant, the fluorescent lights humming overhead. I pressed the button for the 11th floor and stepped into the elevator, expecting a routine ride. That's when I noticed him. He was standing in the corner, back to me, hands in his pockets, dressed in a dark coat despite the mild weather. I assumed he was a colleague or a visitor, perhaps late for a meeting. But there was something off. His posture was rigid, unnervingly still. I pressed the button for my floor, and he didn't move. Didn't speak. Didn't even glance at me. The doors closed, and the elevator lurched upward. Then, without warning, it shuddered, stopped between the 4th and 5th floors. The lights flickered, and a low groan vibrated through the metal walls. Great, I muttered. Typical. He didn't respond. Not a word. I tried the emergency button. The intercom crackled, and a calm voice reassured me that help was on the way. I exhaled, trying to calm myself, but the man simply stood there, silent, immovable. After 15 minutes, the elevator jerked and resumed its ascent. I pressed my button again, thinking perhaps it had been a random glitch. The doors opened, and I stepped out only to find the same man waiting in the corner of the 11th floor elevator lobby. I froze. He hadn't moved a step since I left the elevator. I told myself I must be imagining it, that the building was busy and he had taken the same elevator. But the look in his stance, intentional, patient, made my stomach twist. Over the next week, it happened repeatedly. Every time I took the elevator, he appeared. Sometimes he was already there, standing silently, a shadow in the corner. Other times, I would enter alone, press the button, and just as the doors closed, there he was, as if materializing. I tried taking the stairs, ignoring him, waiting for moments when the elevators were empty. But even then, the doors would open to reveal him, eyes fixed on me, unreadable. My colleagues noticed my avoidance. Some joked, but I couldn't explain it. Every rational explanation I tried, coincidence, prank, my imagination crumbled in the face of inevitability. One evening, the elevator stopped abruptly again, this time between floors 7 and 8. My phone had no signal. I pounded the wall, calling for help. He leaned slightly closer, but still said nothing. My pulse raced. The air felt heavier, charged, as if the confined space amplified his presence. I tried to sidestep him, to make space between us, but the elevator felt impossibly small. The lights flickered, and for a moment, I swore his shadow stretched across the walls, longer than it should have been. The intercom crackled again, but the voice sounded distant, distorted. The elevator shuddered once more, and I grabbed the rail, trying to steady my nerves. He didn't move. Didn't blink. Didn't breathe, or at least, I couldn't hear it. Every instinct screamed that I was no longer in a normal situation. I was trapped. And he was waiting. The following day, I stayed late, hoping the building would empty, that I could avoid him entirely. I pressed the elevator button cautiously, ears straining. The doors slid open. Alone. Relief washed over me. I pressed my floor. The elevator lurched and stopped between floors again. My chest tightened. He appeared. No warning, no sound. Just there, a presence that made the metal walls feel like a cage. I yelled. No response. I pressed the emergency button, shaking, desperate. The intercom crackled, and then, silence. Minutes stretched into eternity. My hands trembled on the railing. I tried talking, reasoning with him, pleading even. But he didn't speak. His gaze, though never turning to me directly, felt like it pierced my mind, a silent assertion that he controlled the space, this time, and me. When the elevator finally lurched and resumed its ascent, I felt an overwhelming relief, though it was hollow. The doors opened on my floor, and I bolted, ignoring the lobby, ignoring the building. I didn't stop running until I was outside, gasping in the cool night air, lights from the city casting long shadows that felt safer than the confined metal box. I considered quitting, moving, anything to escape this relentless presence. But the inevitability was inescapable. The next morning, I returned, hoping the absence of the man would restore my sense of normalcy. But as I stepped into the elevator, pressed the button for my floor, I felt it before the doors closed. A shadow in the corner. Silent. Patient. Waiting. I pressed the emergency button, ready to scream, but the doors closed. The lights flickered. The elevator shuddered and stopped. I knew then there would be no escape, only the repeated, inevitable cycle. Every ride, every ascent, every floor was another chance to confront him, another chance to realize the futility of rationality in the face of something patient, immovable, and utterly silent. I survived. I exited each time, trembling, but I know eventually one ride will end differently. The man never speaks. He never moves faster than necessary. He is patient, and patience in his hands is inevitability. And one day, the elevator doors will close, and I will not return. It began on a Thursday morning, the kind of day where nothing seemed extraordinary. The sun struggled through a thin layer of clouds, casting a pale, diffused light over the street. I had just returned from my routine walk to the corner cafe and approached my mailbox, keys in hand, expecting the usual stack of bills, flyers, and the occasional junk mail. I froze. A single envelope, unmarked and starkly white, sat at the bottom of the box. No return address. No stamp. Just the envelope. I picked it up, feeling the weight shift in my hands. The paper was smooth, cold, and unyielding, as if it carried some secret I was not meant to know. Inside, a photograph. It was of me. Taken just yesterday, I could tell. I was at the corner cafe, sitting at my usual table, hunched over my laptop. My coffee, untouched in that brief second the photo captured, steamed faintly in the morning light. My expression, focused, oblivious, entirely unaware, stared back at me from glossy paper, my own eyes trapped in that frame. I dropped the envelope. My fingers shook. No, this can't be real, I whispered. I looked around the street. Empty. Quiet. My neighbors were gone, the cars sparse. Nothing to indicate anyone had been watching. And yet, there it was. Proof that someone had observed me. I shoved the photo into my coat pocket and rushed inside, locking the door behind me. I checked the security cameras I had installed at the front of my building, but nothing. No one loitering. No one suspicious. Just the ordinary street, empty and indifferent. I tried rational explanations. Maybe a promotional photographer, a passerby snapping pictures for social media? Maybe a coincidence. But the angle, the proximity, it wasn't accidental. Whoever had taken this photo had been close. Too close. And they had waited, patient, until I had left, until the perfect moment. The next morning, I found another envelope in my mailbox. This time, it contained a photograph of me leaving the building. My coat buttoned, backpack slung over one shoulder, walking down the street. The edges of the photo were slightly damp, suggesting it had been delivered very recently. I hadn't even checked the mail yet. Panic started to gnaw at me. I avoided the mailbox, but the envelopes continued. Every day, sometimes twice a day, they appeared. Each one more invasive than the last, at the cafe, walking past the park, even sitting at my desk by the window. I began to notice subtle signs in my environment, the reflection of movement in shop windows when no one else was there, shadows lingering just beyond the periphery of my vision. My anxiety grew with every envelope, every photograph. I stopped leaving the apartment when possible. I avoided the streets. I became hyper-aware, paranoid, calculating every step. One evening, I stayed up late, peering through the blinds. I wanted to catch them, to see the person who had invaded my privacy so thoroughly. Hours passed. The streets were empty. Rain began to fall, dripping steadily onto the pavement, reflecting the city lights. Then I saw movement. A figure, crouched beneath the awning of the building across the street, just beyond the reach of streetlight. Still. Patient. Watching. I froze, breath hitching. I couldn't see a face, couldn't see details. But I knew. I knew that was the person who had been leaving the envelopes, who had been tracking me with silent, meticulous attention. I considered calling the police. I even did, explaining the situation, but without evidence, without the person in the act, it sounded insane. I had photographs, yes, but how could I prove someone had followed me, taken them, and delivered them without ever being seen? Days passed in a haze of dread. I stopped sleeping, the apartment becoming a prison. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind against the window, every distant footstep sent me into panic. My own shadow terrified me. Then, one night, I heard the soft rustle of paper outside my door. My heart nearly stopped. I crept to the peephole and saw the envelope, unmistakably white, resting at the threshold. I grabbed it with trembling hands. My pulse raced as I opened it. Inside was a single photograph, taken that very night. I was in my own living room, crouched behind the sofa, holding a flashlight, staring at the envelope I had just retrieved. My expression was captured in the beam of light I hadn't even noticed. I dropped it. I screamed. I ran from my apartment, keys, coat, and phone left behind. I didn't stop until I reached the street, blinking in the harsh glow of the streetlights. I looked back. The apartment building loomed silently, the windows reflecting my own terrified image. I knew then that I could never return. I moved across the city. New apartment, new mailbox, new routine. I changed my locks, my number, my email addresses. I avoided cameras, crowds, even my usual cafes. But I cannot shake it, the feeling of being observed, of someone tracking, cataloging every moment. Every so often, I checked the mail, and for a brief, stomach-turning second, I imagined the envelope lying there, waiting. And I know, deep down, that someday it will arrive. Because someone has been watching me for longer than I realized. Someone who does not sleep. Someone patient. And someone always finds a way. I had always taken comfort in routine. My mornings began with coffee brewing, the faint hiss of steam blending with the soft hum of my apartment. I liked the quiet, the predictability, the sense that nothing unexpected could disturb the careful order I had built. That was before the device. It arrived one ordinary Tuesday. I had just returned from the grocery store, bags in hand, and noticed something unusual on my kitchen counter, a small black object, about the size of a matchbox, unmarked, sleek, and incongruously out of place among my perfectly arranged counters. I froze. There were no delivery slips, no notes, nothing. The object emitted nothing, no blinking light, no hum, no scent. I picked it up carefully, turning it over in my hands. It was warm, as if it had been sitting there for a while, though I had left the apartment empty for hours. I considered rational explanations. Maybe a forgotten item from a friend who had visited? No, I hadn't had company in weeks. Maybe a sample from some marketing campaign? But why leave it without explanation? My stomach tightened. I set it on the counter, uneasy, but tried to ignore it. The first night, I noticed a feeling like the apartment had changed. Every sound seemed sharper, the hiss of the radiator, the faint creak of the floorboards, the distant traffic outside. I kept glancing at the small black device, a pit of unease growing in my chest. The next morning, I found it on the living room table. Not moved from the counter, not exactly. It had shifted, angled slightly toward my laptop. My pulse quickened. I didn't remember touching it again. Over the next few days, the device appeared in different locations, the coffee table, my desk, beside my bed. Always small, unmarked, and impossible to ignore. My rational mind tried to insist it was coincidence, that perhaps I had absent-mindedly moved it, but the pattern was undeniable. Someone or something was manipulating my space. I began examining it, looking for buttons, seams, anything that indicated functionality. Nothing. No ports, no lights, no openings. And yet, every time I returned home, it seemed to be observing me, oriented as if aware of where I would sit, or I would place my things. Sleep became a challenge. I couldn't shake the feeling that every action, every word, every movement was recorded. I imagined the device transmitting to some unknown observer, cataloging my routines, my habits. I stopped talking on the phone. I stopped leaving windows open. Even brushing my teeth became a cautious ritual. One night, after returning from a late shift at work, I saw it again, this time on the couch, facing me. I had been careful, vigilant, but it had somehow moved while I was gone. I approached slowly, heart hammering. The surface was smooth, silent, ominously still. I reached out and touched it. Cold. Inhuman. The following days, the anxiety became unbearable. I tried unplugging appliances, dismantling electronics, checking every corner of the apartment for cameras. Nothing. And yet, the device remained. Its presence was a constant, a pulse beneath my skin. I felt watched even when I left the apartment, imagining eyes tracking me, the unseen connection lingering beyond my door. Eventually, I called a friend, someone I trusted, to check the apartment. I stayed on the landing outside, listening. When he entered, he examined the device, muttering, "It's some kind of recorder, maybe a high-end spy gadget. But there's nothing to identify it." He looked up at me, eyes wide. Who would do this? Who has access? I had no answer. The panic only grew. I considered moving, changing my number, disappearing entirely. But I realized the device didn't need physical presence to control my life. It had already claimed it. The psychological weight was complete. I couldn't sleep, couldn't concentrate, couldn't trust my own thoughts. One evening, after returning from the grocery store, I noticed it had been placed atop my bed. Perfectly centered. I froze, staring at it, hands trembling. I realized that wherever I went in the apartment, it found me. It had patience. It had persistence. And now it was asserting dominance. I tried destroying it. I smashed it with a hammer. I tried dropping it in water, crushing it under heavy books. Nothing. After each attempt, it reappeared. Same size, same position, same unyielding presence. I couldn't explain it. Rationality failed. By the fourth week, I had stopped leaving the apartment entirely. I barricaded the door, blocked the windows, burned incense to cover the faint mechanical hum I imagined. Every time I saw the device, I felt a shiver crawl through me, proof that my life, my privacy, my very sanity, belonged no longer to me. Finally, I realized the truth. The device didn't need to speak. It didn't need to move fast. Its victory was in its inevitability. It recorded everything. It watched. It waited. And in that waiting, it conquered. I have since left the apartment, moved to a city across the country, changed my name, my routines, my digital footprint. But I know, in the quietest moments, when the lights are dim and the apartment is silent, I can hear it. A faint hum. A weightless presence. And I know, without a shadow of doubt, that somewhere, somehow, the device is still watching. Because nothing that records this well ever stops. And I am still being observed. I always thought I knew my neighbors. Our building was small, 5 stories of brick and faded paint, each apartment separated by thin walls and creaky floors. I had lived there for nearly 3 years, quietly, without incident. That is, until he arrived. It started subtly, almost imperceptibly. One Thursday morning, I left my apartment around 7:30 to grab coffee before work. I stepped into the lobby, jingling my keys, and noticed a man standing by the mailboxes. He was vaguely familiar, the kind of neighbor you acknowledge with a nod and then forget. He smiled and said nothing. I thought nothing of it. I left the building and walked to the corner cafe, a brisk morning breeze cutting across my face. When I glanced back toward the entrance, my stomach dropped. The man was standing on the sidewalk, half hidden by the awning, pretending to tie his shoe. The timing felt off, but I dismissed it. Perhaps he'd been leaving at the same time as me all along. Coincidence. The next day, it happened again. I left 15 minutes earlier than usual, hoping to avoid him. By the time I reached the street, He was there, stepping out of the building behind me, looking at his phone as if distracted, his movements casual, natural. My pulse quickened, but I told myself it was nothing. He could have errands to run, a similar schedule. Just coincidence. By the end of the week, the coincidences were piling up. I started taking different routes, turning corners at random, walking faster, slower, even pretending to stop and check my phone. No matter what I did, he appeared. Sometimes across the street, sometimes a few steps behind, always close enough to be noticed, yet far enough to claim innocence. Always a smile that felt like a challenge. I became hyper-aware. My mornings, my walks, even my grocery trips became exercises in paranoia. I noticed things I had never paid attention to before, the sound of his shoes on the pavement, the faint scrape of keys in his hand, the rhythm of his breathing when he paused to tie his shoe. Every move felt deliberate, calculated. I tried rational explanations. Maybe he had a job nearby. Maybe the building's exit forced him into similar timing. But nothing added up. I varied my schedule, walked backward down streets, entered and left the building through side doors, even called in sick to see if he would appear anyway. And every time, there he was. The dread began to invade my apartment. I felt watched even indoors, convinced that the windows weren't opaque enough, that shadows outside held him, patient, waiting. The walls that once felt like a safe boundary now seemed porous, transparent to his presence. I stopped answering my doorbell, stopped peeking out the curtains. Every sound, a door closing, a car engine, a distant voice, set my nerves on edge. One evening, I decided to confront him. I left deliberately late, around 10, hoping the street would be empty. As I descended the stairs, I heard the soft padding behind me. I spun. There he was, a few steps back, hands in his pockets, calm. He smiled. "Hey," he said. "Didn't expect to see you here." I froze, chest tight. "What are you doing?" I asked, voice trembling. "Just heading out," he replied. "Funny, we always seem to leave at the same time, huh?" I stepped closer. "This isn't coincidence." He tilted his head, still smiling, but his eyes were cold. "Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. Either way, we keep meeting." A shiver ran down my spine. There was no rational explanation for his timing, for the inevitability of his presence. He had studied me, mapped my habits, anticipated my moves. I realized with mounting horror that he didn't need to speak, didn't need to explain. The pattern, the precision, the control was his statement. I tried running. I turned down side streets, zigzagged across avenues, even ducked into a convenience store. When I emerged, 20 minutes later, he was standing across the street, smiling, waiting. He never chased me, never spoke, but the implication was clear. He knew me. He always would. I contacted the police, explained the situation. They came to take a report, questioned him briefly. He claimed ignorance, called it funny coincidences, the perfect innocent facade. Without hard evidence, there was nothing they could do. I was left alone with my fear, my routine shattered. The weeks that followed were a nightmare of vigilance. I moved at irregular hours, changed my walking routes, even altered work shifts. He adapted immediately. I saw him in cafes I never frequented, at bus stops I had never used, sometimes casually in the background of streets I thought I had cleared. One night, I decided there was only one solution: escape entirely. I packed a bag, left my apartment, and drove miles out of the city, booking into a hotel in an unfamiliar town. I slept fitfully, windows closed, doors locked, the sensation of being watched never leaving me. The next morning, exhausted, I ventured outside to get breakfast. I turned the corner, and there he was, standing on the sidewalk, casually, as if he had always belonged there. The same smile, the same hands in pockets posture. And in that instant, I realized the truth: distance, movement, schedules, none of it mattered. He had studied me too well, anticipated too much. I was a map he had memorized, a pattern he could always find. I fled again, driving through unfamiliar towns, taking random turns, staying in motels off the main roads. Every time I slowed, every time I paused, I imagined him there, smiling, patient, inevitable. Eventually, exhaustion forced me to stop. I booked a small, isolated rental house in a rural area, far from any street, any sidewalk, any predictable pattern. I cut off digital connections, avoided phone calls, stayed inside. Weeks passed. My nerves began to settle, the feeling of inevitability loosening, though never gone completely. And yet, sometimes, when I step outside to check the mailbox or fetch groceries, I swear I see him, a shadow on the horizon, a figure half hidden behind a tree, hands in pockets, smiling. Always calm. Always patient. Always there. I survived, but I am never free. I will never be free. The lesson is clear. Some people do not require coincidence. Some people simply choose to be inevitable. And he has chosen me. I had finished my shift at the hospital around 2 in the morning, exhausted and craving the quiet of my tiny apartment. The streets were empty, save for the occasional hum of a passing car. My key rattled in the lock, and I pushed open the door, expecting the familiar smell of my home, the faint tang of laundry detergent mixed with the lingering scent of coffee from earlier. Everything looked normal. The living room was dimly lit by the streetlight outside, shadows stretching across the furniture like slow-moving creatures. I dropped my bag on the couch and immediately noticed something odd. My mug from work, the one I always left in the kitchen sink, was on the counter, but it wasn't in the sink. It was sitting on a small stack of books I had shoved into the corner weeks ago. I frowned, reaching for it, telling myself I must have left it there absent-mindedly. My mind, tired and overworked, played tricks on me. I moved through the apartment, flipping on lights room by room. In the bedroom, my dresser drawers were slightly ajar. I was meticulous about closing them. I knew I had done it before leaving for work. I forced myself to breathe, rationalizing that I must have been careless. I turned on the bathroom light and froze. My toothbrush was missing from its holder. I frowned, checking the cabinet and the shower shelf. Nothing. My heart rate quickened. I had been living alone for years. There was no logical explanation for these small disturbances. I tried to shake it off as paranoia. I set my bag down on the kitchen counter and started making tea, listening to the quiet hum of the refrigerator. That's when I noticed a faint smell, another scent layered beneath the coffee and detergent, something sour and metallic. I sniffed around, turning slowly, my stomach tightening. It seemed to be coming from the living room. That's when I saw it, a folded t-shirt draped neatly over the back of my armchair. I didn't own it. It was soft, a woman's shirt, neutral in color. My pulse leapt, and I glanced around the room. Nothing else seemed out of place at first. But then I noticed the slippers. They were small, delicate, and placed perfectly by my front door. I hadn't worn anything like them in years. I backed away from the chair, my hands trembling, rational thought retreating. Maybe, I told myself, someone had broken in, looking for something, left these things behind by accident. My apartment had never been targeted before, and the idea of a random burglar placing items methodically like this seemed absurd. But the fear gnawed at me. I decided to check the apartment thoroughly, room by room, grabbing a heavy kitchen knife for comfort. Everything looked normal, yet every shadow seemed heavier, the faint metallic smell stronger. My bedroom closet door creaked. I told myself it was the wind the apartment sometimes shifted in strange ways, but I felt compelled to look. I opened the closet door slowly. My heart sank. The floor was clean, yet in the back corner, barely noticeable, was a small blanket folded neatly. Beside it, a backpack I had never seen. The backpack was zipped closed, but I could tell it was full. My rational mind argued it must be a leftover from a delivery or a forgotten friend's bag, but I lived alone. Nobody had a key. I backed out of the closet, feeling the walls close in. My thoughts raced. Someone had been living here. Weeks. Maybe longer. How many times had I walked past them while they hid in the shadows, in the closet, in the corners? The thought made my skin crawl. I whispered my own name, testing the air. Silence. I called the police. They asked routine questions, noted my anxiety, promised to send someone in the morning. I hung up, feeling no safer. Sleep was impossible. I stripped the bed and checked under every sheet and pillow. My apartment felt like a cage. Every item, every personal belonging was suspect. Hours passed. The sun was beginning to lighten the edges of my blinds when I heard it, the faintest scuffing sound from the living room. My blood ran cold. The tea I had left to steep was cold, untouched, as if time had slowed to a crawl. The sound repeated, faint and deliberate, like someone testing the floorboards. I gripped the knife, creeping toward the source. My apartment, once a place of sanctuary, felt alien and hostile. Each step brought a new knot of fear. The scuffing stopped. I froze, straining to hear anything. Then, a low, deliberate cough from the kitchen. I bolted to the door, yanking the deadbolt open. Outside, the hallway was empty. I ran to the stairwell, my knife dragging on the floor, every echo a thunderclap in my chest. I reached the street and didn't stop running until my apartment block was a shadow behind me. I called a friend, who insisted I stay with them until the police arrived. The police finally came, searching my apartment from top to bottom. They found it in pristine condition, save for the obvious intrusions: the shirt, the slippers, the backpack, the blanket in the closet. No fingerprints, no DNA, no one hiding. The detective gave me a sympathetic look. "He or she is careful," he said. "Very careful. But they've been here." I didn't return home that day. Or the next. When I finally did, I installed a security system with cameras in every room. For the first week, I felt eyes on me with every step. And then I saw it on the footage, movement in the living room, just shadows shifting, someone crouching behind the couch for hours while I slept, quiet, deliberate, watching. The person had never touched me. They hadn't stolen anything. But they had lived in my home, in my life, in the margins of my routine, knowing everything, silently marking me. I moved 2 months later, choosing an apartment with a doorman, a place I felt I could finally breathe. But even now, whenever I unpack a drawer or leave a mug in the sink, I check twice. The fear hasn't left me. I know they were careful, but I also know they could be anywhere, watching, waiting. The knowledge is unbearable, but the reality is inescapable. I am never truly alone.